Welcome to the stream, Morier. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. Alright, Chaos Head Noah. Still not completely sure what's going on, but we'll just keep on going. We'll figure out something eventually, right? I just realized I don't think I saved before I ended yesterday. Did I? I did, didn't I? I did. Yes, I did. I did. Turtle brain. My brain just sometimes just. Hmm. Yes, we saved. We saved. Okay. Okay. For some reason, I suddenly was thinking I didn't, but I did. Okay. Yes, and I knew differently.
さっきの花壇どうなって。
お前が妄想したんだろ。
My delusion? Yeah, it was, but
妄想は現実にすることが可能だ。本当じゃないものが景色に紛れ込む。つまりエラーを現実として認識させる。
でも視界に映すだけじゃそれって幻でしかないよ。
an illusion wasn't real. It didn't exist. If that flower bed wasn't an illusion, Ayase would be dead right now. Ayase had survived because it wasn't an illusion, but a real flower bed.
世界の仕組みは3つの数字で全て説明できる。0と1、そしてマイナス1。ディソードはそのマイナス1を生み出すためのショートカットになる。だがお前はディソードなしでそれをやった。
She was starting to go off the rails again. No, but what Cinna was saying wasn't just some crazy girl's ramblings. The VR technology patent was real, at least. Maybe Cinna knew something after all.
いいか、これ以上エラーを作るな。それがお前のためだ。それと他にもエラーを見たら教えろ。
Her words sounded almost like a threat, and then she turned away.
目に見えるものだけを信じられることがどんなに幸せか。
Cinna whispered that, and then this time she left the park. Okay, so somehow we're able to turn our delusions into reality, I guess. That's probably where the murders come from, or something. There was silence on the floor of AH Tokyo General Hospital where the psychiatric wards were located. The surgery and emergency wards were, supposedly, dealing with a rash of unexplainable comas that had started to occur after the earthquake. But the psych ward had nothing to do with any of that. If anything, they had finished up their outpatient exams a little earlier than scheduled. A few days from now, they might have a flood of people experiencing PTSD from the quake, but for today, at least, there was nothing left for the outpatient staff to do. Shino Hazuki, one of the nurses, had been working here since last night's night shift, and belatedly realized she had barely taken a break the whole time. She was hungry too. The ward had lost one of its doctors the other day. He had been murdered horribly in one of the new Jin incidents, and his replacement hadn't come yet, so there weren't enough people. But all that was left for the day were a few minor tasks. She could hand them over to the night staff, and she would finally be able to go home. She slapped her cheeks with her hands, telling herself she just had to hang in there a little longer, and began to quickly walk across the lobby. Suddenly she felt a gaze from behind, a prickling at the back of her neck. She shivered. She spun around out of sheer reflex, but there was nothing there but a quiet, empty hallway.
看護師さん
Hazuki was startled. The voice had come from completely the opposite of the direction she had expected. She had thought the lobby was empty, but there was one person left. He had called out to her when he had seen her. It was a man with a handsome, if still young, face. His power was healthy, and he certainly didn't look sick.
あなたは
ちょっと時間もらっていいっすか
はあ
どうもっす
The man gave an embarrassed smile, and then suddenly grabbed her by the arm and pulled her from the lobby towards the stairs. The man, Mamoru Suwa, took out a small black book from his pocket and showed it to her. He flipped it open and showed her his police ID. He stopped next to the stairs and looked around carefully to make sure nobody was nearby.
それでお話って
She still had work to do and was feeling a little uneasy. Suwa seemed to realize this, so without wasting any more time, he took out a photo from his pocket and showed it to her.
この少年に見覚えないっすか
It was a photo of a listless-looking Takumi Nishijo. Because of the nature of her work, Hazuki prided herself on being good with faces, and she nodded without even really thinking about whether it was okay to answer or not.
西条拓海間違いないっすか
ええでも
Her hesitation was natural. Giving anyone, even the police, information about a patient was strictly against the rules, unless they had a warrant. But of course, Suwa had known that when he had talked to her. His casual attitude suddenly vanished, and a serious look appeared on his face. He dropped his voice as he spoke.
頼みがあるんすけど西条拓海のカルテこっそり見せてもらえないっすか
そんなの無理ですできません
とある事件に関わる重要なことなんすよ
Hazuki wasn't sure what to do. She turned to leave, but Suwa got in front of her and blocked her.
困ります
迷惑はかけないっすだから頼みますよ
Finally, he got on his knees and began to beg.
やめてください本当に無理なんです
これ以上犠牲者を出さないためにも
What could she do to make him give up? Hazuki couldn't come up with anything, so she just stood there helplessly. After Senna left, I spent a while just standing there in shock, then quickly dashed back home. Fortunately, I didn't run into Shogun or Yua. In the end, I had come back here without ever finding Rimi. After the earthquake and what happened with Ayase, I was sure they would send the students home early for the day. It was even possible Rimi might show up here soon. Until then, I would just have to sit here quaking in fear, I guess. I decided I would take my mind off the fear by using my now functional computer to gather information. Then I saw my phone where I had left it next to my monitor. The light on it was flashing. I opened it and saw I had received a message. I thought it might be from Remy, but something amazing happened at school today. Somebody tried to jump off the roof. I was so shocked and scared. I wonder if they are okay. Were you at school when it happened? That earthquake was really crazy. My head really hurt. I wonder why. I think that's his sister looking at the from subject. Nana, I think that's his sister. Nana Iko. Yeah, Nanami, okay. I guess to Nanami, nothing that had happened today was that big of a deal. Lucky her. Of course, I didn't answer. I decided to look up anything I could find on Ayase. I still couldn't get to Phantasm's official homepage. The media didn't have anything to say about her either. To be fair, the earthquake was probably far bigger news than an attempted suicide by the vocalist of an indie band. Right now, I had no way of knowing if she was okay. There was a lot more information about the earthquake published now than there had been when I looked last. The number of dead had climbed to 118, and there were over 300 injured too. I couldn't believe there was a three-digit number of fatalities. The epicenter of the quake was Shibuya, and the damage was limited to Shibuya to an extent that was surprising. The quake itself was intensity 5. There was also an article saying that almost every piece of magnetic media in Shibuya had been destroyed. The thought of the tragedy that had befallen me happening to other people made the frustration and anger I had felt come roaring back. It was a true tragedy. My H-game save data, my porn collection, they would never come back. Still, it didn't seem like an ordinary earthquake. An ordinary earthquake wouldn't have killed 118 people. The internet had noticed how odd that was too, and there was a lot of discussion. You think whose eyes are those caused this earthquake? What? Way to go, whose eyes are those? Makes sense. That explains how 118 people died in a wimpy-ass Intensity 5 quake. Damn it. They were all having fun talking about it. I thought back to what had happened during the earthquake. I had been hit by an incredible shock. It was a sensation I had never felt before, like my head was boiling over or exploding. That could easily kill someone, I thought. I looked at what was on TV too, not just the internet. My PC had a TV tuner built in it. That was why I didn't need a TV in my room.
現在までに死者118名、重軽傷者300名以上と非常に多くの犠牲者が出ていることが分かっています。さて、渋谷の駅前と中継がつながったようです。島谷さん、現地の様子はいかがですか
？2005年に同じように震度5の地震が東京であったんですよ。その時はゼロで、なぜ今回は100名以上の被害者が出ているんですか？
被害者の数は震度に比例するわけじゃないんです。そこには様々な要因がありまして、亡くなった方の死因や病院に運ばれた負傷者の容体については未だ詳しい情報が入っておりません。また渋谷区を中心に磁気メディアが全壊してしまっていることについて今日は専門家にお越しいただいております。
地質学産業研究所より林原泰造先生、財団法人地質調査環境センターより小沢幹人先生にお越しいただきました。
林原さん、今回の地震について磁気メディアに深刻な被害が出た原因というのはどういうところにあるんでしょうか？
まず知っておいていただきたいのは、渋谷区あたりの地下200メートル付近には磁鉄鉱、つまり天然の磁石が多く埋蔵されている地層があるということですね。地層の分類としては火成岩層ですが、私たちはこのエリアを磁鉄鉱の谷、マグネタイトバレーと呼んでいます。地中にある磁石の谷ですね。文字通りかなり大規模な岩脈なんですよ。ここにですね、今回の地震のような大きな刺激が加わったとするならば、その影響で地上に存在する磁生体、主に磁気メディアの持つ記録部に、致命的なダメージを与えてもおかしくはないんです。
何をバカな。
小沢先生は別の意見ですか？
確かに渋谷の地下には巨大なマグネタイトの岩脈があることは事実です。ですが、磁石と呼ぶにはあまりにも微弱なこのマグネタイト群にはですね、地上の磁気モーメントや安定磁場を崩すほどの力はないというのが通説になっています。実際ですね、過去にも震度5の地震は何度も発生しています。過去のそれらの地震では今回のような被害はなかった。なので、原因は別にあるのではないかと考えるのが妥当だと思います。
そうは言うがね、今回の異常な犠牲者数については、ただの地震では片付けられない何かがあるのが事実なわけであり、渋谷にいた人のほとんどが頭痛がしたって訴えていることからも、間違いなく磁鉄鉱が関係している可能性が。
磁場ごときで100人も殺せると主張するおつもりですか？それではここで CM です。
結局詳しいことは何もわからずか。
The media was ignoring the huge white cloud that had appeared in Shibuya and the reports of the sky turning white. They had been reporting them at first, but now it was like they were being treated as if they had never happened. I felt really creeped out. The after-hours entrance to AH Tokyo General Hospital had a place at the side for ambulances to park when they arrived with emergency patients. There were 2 ambulances there now, and the EMTs were unloading patients to carry them into the hospital. A doctor in a light green surgical gown and a middle-aged head nurse were giving them orders. There were several patients sitting around the entrance waiting to be seen, and it was clear that the doctors were having trouble keeping up. There were 2 types of patients coming in today. The first were the injured, who had blood dripping from their arms or forehead, and their faces were twisted in pain. They were painful to look at, but they were being ignored for now. Priority was being given to the patients who were being brought in unconscious, but without any external wounds. An awful lot of people coming in after the earthquake fit that description. These symptoms had never been seen after an earthquake before. As of now, the doctors had no idea what had caused them to lose consciousness. Another ambulance arrived, its loud sirens blazing. A technician got out of the ambulance and yelled at the doctor, who asked him for the patient's description. That was the only explanation. Most doctors would have complained. With all that was going on, the normal answer to being told how to prioritize your own patients would be go screw yourself. But surprisingly, the doctor and head nurse both nodded and helped unload the stretcher from the ambulance. Lying on the stretcher was Ayase Kishimoto. She was unconscious and moaning softly. The doctor and the techs quickly took the stretcher inside, ignoring the glares of the injured around them. Standing a bit away from them, by the main entrance of the hospital, was a girl. She was watching them intently. Rimi Sakihara narrowed her eyebrows and bit her lip.
岸本さん。
The earthquake was concerning, but Shogun was a much bigger deal to me right now. My headache was gone, but the fear was growing stronger and stronger inside me, and being alone was making me feel more and more depressed. There was still no word from Rimi. I tried calling, but she didn't pick up. Until now, Rimi would always appear right when I needed her and tell me everything would be all right. Why didn't she come for me today? She had said she would always be there for me. I gritted my teeth and devoted myself to setting up my computer. First, I had to reinstall my email software. I had only set it up once when I first got this machine, and then I never touched it again, so I didn't remember any of my settings. I had to start by trying to figure out where the software and the manual even were. It wasn't that big of a job, but before too much time passed, I realized I was covered in sweat. Several times I had gotten so annoyed I almost gave up. But still, after an hour of work, 30 minutes of which was spent searching for the manual, I had my email back. I looked to see if I had any new messages.
メールだよボケナス
I could finally hear Seiretan's voice again. Hearing it just made me feel better, like all my hard work had paid off. I had 8 new messages. All of them were spam. But among them was one that seemed a little unusual and had a slightly unusual name for its sender. I let out a sharp moan. What the hell was this? Some prank of Nanami's? It was an awful prank if so. I felt like punching her in the face. No, wait. Nanami couldn't have emailed me. She had never contacted me through my computer's email address. When she wanted to talk to me, she used text, like she just had a moment ago. I had never even given her my PC email address. Was this just a coincidence? Sheer chance? Nanami was a pretty common name. And whose eyes are those was so common now, you heard it everywhere you went. I could easily see it being used as a title in a spam email. I decided to see what was inside.
結構な長文だな。さっきはチャットで話ができて楽しかったよ。ちなみに送信者の名前はダミー。僕の名前は将軍だよ。え
Shogun. No way.
将軍が僕のメアド知ってるはずが。
But what if Shogun could read my mind? If he could, maybe it would be easy for him to find my email address.
嘘でしょ
I'm glad Ayase survived. I was planning on using her as a victim in the next new gen case, but I decided a suicide would serve my purpose just as well. I'm impressed with you though, Takumi. You've got a new high score. Very impressed. You really are special. Now then, it's Nanami Nishijo's turn. What was this? I'm hoping to make this one especially dramatic, since she's your sister. Shibuya's in a nasty mood right now because of the quake. It's up to you to bring this to a moving climax that will make everyone feel so much better. It's getting hard to finish all these quests unarmed, isn't it? You're a hero. Don't you want a hero's sword? Don't worry, I'll help you out. I read the whole thing. Its overly friendly tone made me shiver. He was crazy. What was all this? It's time to begin the quest to save Nanami. Come to the roof of O Front at 9 tonight. You'll be on TV, so try to dress heroically. P.S. Did you get my present? Quests, high scores. It was like he thought it was a video game.
僕が勇者なんかじゃない。ナイトハルトじゃない。
It was finally my turn to be killed. I wanted to run to get out of here. Remy. I had to get Remy to protect me. Why couldn't I get a hold of her? Had she been hurt in the earthquake? But Misumi hadn't said a thing when I had met him earlier. I took out my phone to see if there were any missed calls or messages from her.
来てない。
Where was Remy? Then I gasped. The inbox on my phone. It had to be the message I had just gotten from Nanami. Was Nanami okay? I reread the email that Shogun sent. Now it's Nanami Nishijo's turn. It's time to begin the quest to save Nanami. What did that mean? I needed to call her right away. I opened my phone's contacts list. There were only 3 numbers on it. Home, Remy's phone, and Nanami's phone. Whenever we met, Nanami was always irritatingly insistent that I call her. It wouldn't hurt to finally call her once in a while. Right? I just hope she picked up, 'cause if she didn't, I was never calling her again. Even if she had gotten hurt in the earthquake and couldn't pick up or something, I didn't care. I pulled up her number and pressed dial. I put the phone to my ear. There was no answer. The phone wasn't even ringing. I knew that there was always a little pause when you called someone on a cell phone. But now, the silence seemed to run on for an eternity, and every passing instant I got more and more irritated.
早くしてよ。よし、つながった。
What was this sound? I pulled the phone away from my ear. There was a melody I didn't recognize coming from somewhere in the room. Was that a cell phone ringtone? Whose phone was ringing? From the timing, it had to be. I shook my head. I didn't know what ringtone Nanami used on her phone, which meant that there was no proof that the melody I was hearing was from Nanami's phone. None. I got scared and put the phone back up to my ear. Nanami hadn't picked up yet. Come on, pick up. Pick up already. I would just have to call home. Yeah, that was the fastest way. I ignored the ringtone in my room and hung up. It stopped. The mysterious ringtone had disappeared. My room was suddenly quiet. There was a tiny little bit of lag, but the ringing had stopped. Almost at the same moment I had hung up.
なんで
I got even more confused. I didn't know what to do. All I could do was look around my room. I say look around, but I wasn't looking at much of anything. I was just moving my head. My mind was a complete blank. I called Nanami again. I told myself that maybe this time I wouldn't hear the ringtone. This time she might pick up. My hopes were dashed without mercy. The cheerful melody had started up again within 2 seconds of me calling her. There was no doubt about it now, and I couldn't avert my eyes from reality anymore.
この部屋にある
Nanami's phone was somewhere in my room. Why? Had Nanami found it? Or... Did you get my present? No, that had to be a lie. There was no way this could be real. I lowered my phone slowly. I couldn't even blink. My throat was parched, but still, I looked for the source of the sound. This time I looked around slowly, my eyes landing on each and every object scattered about the room. I hated myself violently for not cleaning before. If the place wasn't such a mess, I would be able to tell where it was coming from immediately. Where was the sound coming from? This box. The sound was coming from inside this box. It was the size of 2 H-game boxes side by side. I thought it was from something I had bought online, but there was nothing printed on it. There was no address label either, but it was sealed tightly with tape. Had this big box always been here? Did it fall off the bed in the earthquake?
いや
I had never seen this box before. I always opened anything I ordered online right away too. And if it was something I had sold at an online auction, I would have shipped it off right after I had wrapped it up. I thought that maybe Nanami had brought me some food or something, but I didn't remember her bringing me a box this big. Which meant that in the hour or so I had been at school, someone had been here. I'm sending you a present. I hope you like it. My heart started pounding faster. I quickly checked the lock on the door. A cold chill ran down my back. I didn't remember locking the door when I had staggered out of the base earlier today. I had never even thought about it. I had barely even been conscious, thanks to that terrible stabbing headache. The door had been completely unlocked for the hour I had been gone. Anybody who wanted to could have come in. Had Shogun been here? Had he come into my house? I looked at the box again. The melody was still playing. Nanami's phone was inside. I gingerly picked up the cardboard box. It was heavy. It was far too heavy to hold just a phone. It felt like it weighed about the same as a 500 milliliter bottle of juice. I hesitated to open it. Something felt very, very wrong.
こんなの開きたくないよ。
But I couldn't think of a way to avoid it. And I was worried about Nanami too. She was a little brat, but she was still my sister. Nanami's phone was inside this box, which meant that someone had stolen it from her. It's time to begin the quest to save Nanami. That's what Shogun's email had said. I looked at the clock. It was 7:30. I had just an hour and a half until the designated time. Maybe Nanami was in danger. I had to open it. The sensation of my heart pounding wouldn't go away. The sweat was pouring off my forehead. I wiped the sweat away with the back of my hand and let out a moan as I started to strip off the tape.
やだやだやだやだやだやだやだやだやだやだやだやだ。
I whispered in prayer as I opened the lid. Inside the box was a lump of aluminum foil that even put packing peanuts around it. Holding back my terror, I looked inside the box, but there was no sign of the phone. The melody was coming from within the foil. Sweat got into my eyes and stung. I realized my whole body was covered in sweat. Please, just make this all stop happening. Why was I the only one this ever happened to? I felt like crying and complaining to somebody. I looked to Saratan for words of encouragement, but she was silent. My head was so full of terrible delusions that I couldn't even imagine her speaking to me. I was so tense that my mind was on the verge of shorting out, but the cheerful melody of the phone kept driving me on.
あげるぞ。
I steeled my nerves and grabbed the edge of the foil with my fingers. I closed my eyes, held my breath, and ripped off the foil. The melody was louder and clearer than ever. I was afraid to open my eyes. I tried to catch my breath, but it wasn't working. It's fine. It's fine. There's nothing to be worried about. This was just some prank of Nanami's, right? Any second now she was going to walk in and yell, "Gotcha!" Yeah, that was what would happen. It was the only explanation. If she came in, I was going to scream at her, and then I would never speak to her again. That's right. Tell me I'm right, Nanami. I couldn't keep my eyes closed anymore. Staring into the darkness was too much for me. The fact that I couldn't see it was just making the awful delusions worse. So I slowly opened my eyes and saw what I saw was a hand, a small, cleanly severed hand. It was holding the same model phone I had, and on the wrist.
へえ、かわいいバングルじゃん。じゃあさ、これナナにちょうだい。
A Bengal. Its yellow band was stained red with blood.
「ここからは少し専門的な話になりますが、
君は元医師だろ。患者に説明するように分かりやすく簡潔に話してもらえるとありがたい。
努力しましょう。さて、人間の脳の中にある何億という脳細胞、それらは細い神経の糸を出し合ってそれぞれに手をつないでいるような格好をしています。しかし実際には各神経の先端にある手と手の間にはごくわずかな隙間が空いているんですよ。脳細胞に情報の電気信号が送り出されると、その神経の手のひらから極小の物質ドーパミンがボールのように飛び出してきます。
Dopamine, a neurotransmitter found in the brain, produced primarily in the brainstem's A9 and A10 nerves, and emitted from neuron synapses. People learn by undergoing different experiences as they go throughout their day. Dopamine is released in large amounts during these learning experiences, controlling our emotions and making it easier to learn. There are many disorders, however, which are believed to result from an excess of dopamine: hallucinations, delusions, paranoia, obsessive-compulsive disorder, attention deficit disorder, drug addiction, and an inability to quit smoking are all thought to result from excess dopamine.
それは反対側の神経の手のひらにキャッチされ、再度情報の電気信号に変わってまた隣の脳細胞に伝わっていく。脳の構造は簡単に言うとその繰り返しです。我が社が開発した第2世代ノア2はこの部分に干渉することで人に疑似的な映像を見せることを可能としました。
ホログラムのようなものか。
あるいは幻覚かな。
幻覚の方が近いでしょう。ですが明確に違う点として、その疑似的映像は確かな存在感があるものとして映るということです。人間の目、視覚というのは実に興味深いものです。視野は単眼の場合、鼻側60度、耳側100度程度、両眼の重複視野は120度で、周辺視野を含めれば180度から200度もの視界が広がっているんです。その一方で、以前ご説明したようなデッドスポットもまた存在する。脳にとって視覚とは最もつながりの深い部位です。脳はそのおよそ 80% を視神経情報の処理のためだけに使っている。
その点については300人委員会も注目しておる。
人間の視覚にはまだまだ謎が多い。世界中で研究テーマとして上がっているものだけでも1000以上に及ぶからね。
アメリカで数年前に発行された行政命令、機密の人体研究に対する保護の強化というのは委員会による圧力ですか？
圧力ではない。これは選定だよ。
300人委員会はどこの馬の骨とも知れん研究者がこの分野に足を踏み入れることを歓迎せん。 当然ながらアメリカだけではなく世界各国にも同様の指示は出ている。
我が国は随分自由のようですね。私のような人間を放置しているぐらいですから。
勘違いしてはいかんな。何のために我々がいると思っている。
君はすでに選定済みなんだよ。だからこそ君には何よりも成果が求められている。
300人委員会をも出し抜けるような成果というわけですね。
うかつな口を聞くなと言っておる。
今はまだ我らの真の目的を誰にも悟られてはならない。たとえ委員会に対してもね。
これは失礼。
説明を続けたまえ。
ノア2が生み出した疑似的映像は視神経パルスに変換して電磁波として照射します。対象の皮膚や頭蓋骨を貫通して直接ドーパミン受容体、つまり先ほどの説明でいうところの手のひらにキャッチさせるのです。そしてデッドスポットへと最終的に落とし込まれる。特に G レートの高いエリアの人々は空中の映像パルス信号を敏感にキャッチします。混乱した脳はその疑似的映像を現実だと判断することになります。これが人間の視界の中に無から有を作り出すメカニズムです。ノア2を用いれば街中のどこを見ても先生の選挙ポスターだらけなどという芸当も容易というわけです。ただしあくまで人々のバイオリズムが高い状態であることが条件ですが、
幻覚によって意志を誘導するか。沈黙の兵器とシステムは同じというわけだね。
Silent weapons, a system for enacting mind control on a global scale. The use of such weapons would turn the entire human race, with the exception of a few chosen elites, into slaves, based on a top-secret document discovered in America entitled Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars.
条件さえ満たせば対象の見ている世界を自在に書き換えることができる。
それはギガロマニアックスと同等の力ということか。
その通りです。ノア2は機械仕掛けのギガロマニアックスと言ってもいいでしょう。理論値通りに稼働を始めればギガロマニアックスたちと同等、いや近い将来それ以上の能力を再現できるようになります。
だが効果の有効範囲はどうなっている？電磁波は垂れ流しなのかね？
それでは汎用性という点がおろそかになる。我々は無差別な洗脳を望んでおるわけではない。対象は選定できなければ無意味だぞ。
ご心配なく。そのために機能因子を用意してあります。モニターをご覧ください。
なんだこの小汚い連中は。
我が社ではポーターと呼んでいます。言い換えればマインドコントロールのための部隊といったところでしょうか。
Mind control, a technique where someone is guided to a certain predetermined conclusion while believing that they came to the conclusion of their own free will. Unlike brainwashing, mind control does not involve a clear use of force. If someone on the street speaks to you, claiming to be a palm reader, and later you find yourself asked to join a cult and feeling like you can't refuse, you've just experienced a form of mind control.
彼らが背負っているリュックの中にはノア2のパルス波を送受信するためのポートが入っています。ポートは信号を受け取るとリモートで周囲へと放出するわけです。
歩く端末というわけか。それならば有効範囲の制限などないに等しいな。
限定的使用も問題ないことになるね。
状況は理解した。貴様は引き続き計画を続行したまえ。
ただし300人委員会に悟られるような言動はくれぐれも慎むように。
あとは何人犠牲を出そうと構わん。
ご理解いただきありがとうございます。それではポーターとして使える人材を提供していただきたいです。
手配しよう。
それと引き続き先生方にはメディアのコントロールをお願いいたします。すべては我ら3人の目指す理想のために。
タッキー。ねえタッキー、聞こえてるっしょ？
うん、聞こえてるよセーラタン。
あのさ、もうこのゲーム終わりにしようよ。
ゲーム？
ナナミッチはタッキーの大事な妹だってのはわかるけど、きっともう手遅れだよ。
そんなことないよ。
だって腕を切り落とされちゃったらさ、普通出血多量で死んじゃうっしょ。ゲームだったら違うかもだけど。
なんでナナミは。
もうさ、ゲームオーバーなんだよきっと。早くゲームをやめないともっとたくさん人が死んじゃう。
でもセーラタンだって悪いやつと戦ってるじゃないか。
だって私はアニメだもん。
I stuffed the Saratan figure into my uniform pocket.
助けなきゃ。僕が。
I had brought Saratan to keep me safe. Normally, I would never walk around with a figure in my pocket. It might get damaged after all. Letting his wife be destroyed is the worst thing an otaku can do. But now I didn't have it in me to follow my own policy. I needed something to keep me sane. Of course, I might be dead by this time tomorrow. I looked down at Saratan once more. Her head was poking out of my pocket. It helped me keep the tears from pouring out. Then somebody slammed into me from behind, and I staggered forward. I looked back and saw a DQN-type man looking at me, annoyed, but he disappeared into the crowd without saying another word. I looked around. I was in Shibuya Scramble Crossing. It was hard to believe that was 9 on a weekday, particularly only a few hours after an earthquake where over 100 people had died. There was an ocean of people around me. Just waiting for the light made me feel like I was going to suffocate. There were people everywhere on all sides of me. I didn't know why, but the media was out here too. There were people with big TV cameras stepping out onto the road, blocking traffic. The big lights they used for filming were everywhere, and they were blindingly bright. Several people who looked like newscasters were rapidly speaking into cameras. There were a few officers in uniform trying to keep the pedestrians and media out of the road, but the whole situation was out of control. The road was almost completely shut down from all the people on it. Was there an event or something going on a day like this at this time of night? How could they hold something like that on a day where over 100 people had died? Did they not have the common decency to call it off? And why were the media here along with them? If its people were like this, Japan was doomed. Not that it mattered to me.
助けなきゃ。僕が助けなきゃ。
Shogun had sent me to O Front, a building right in the middle of Scramble Crossing. It was the one with the Tatsuya and the Starbecks. I hadn't actually planned on going on my own, but I couldn't get a hold of Rimi at all. And the police might still think I was the new Gen killer, so I couldn't go to them either. I was running out of time as I tried to figure out what to do. In the end, I got so worried about Nanami that I came here alone, with Seiratan close at hand for protection. I worked my way through the crowds and inside O Front. It was pretty crowded inside too, but I was too distracted to even care. All I could think about was Nanami's safety. I headed up the escalator to the floor above. There were big windows in the Starbecks that let you see out onto the square below. When I looked out of them, I could see just how many people there were in Scramble Crossing. It felt like everyone in the crowd was waving their arms or jumping up and down. An ocean of dark-haired heads roiled and bobbed beneath me. It was way brighter than it had been when I was down there. I started to wonder if all the lights down below were facing toward the building I was in. Every time I took the escalator up another floor, my heart started pounding faster and faster. I took out my phone and checked the time. It was 9:01. If Shogun got mad that I was late and killed Nanami, I shivered and ran up the escalator, pushing past the people in front of me. Halfway up, I switched to using the elevator and took it to the top floor. I didn't know how I was going to get up to the roof from there, but I wandered around for a bit, trying to make sure nobody saw me, and eventually found an emergency staircase. I managed to get to the roof without anyone saying anything to me. It was a lot easier than I thought it would be. The wind was blowing hard on the roof. It felt strangely warm, considering it was the end of October. I realized quickly that wasn't a natural wind, but the air blowing from the air conditioners on top of the building. I fastened the button on my pocket so Seiratan wouldn't blow away.
ありがとう、ボケナス。
どういたしまして。
Hearing Seiratan's voice in my brain made me feel a little better. As long as I had Seiratan with me, I wasn't scared. That's what I told myself over and over again. That said, it was awfully dark up here. The only white light was a neon O Front sign, which I was now seeing from behind. And the neon lights on the other buildings were so bright that it was hard to see around me. If somebody was hiding up here, I would never be able to find them.
遅かったね。
Somebody suddenly spoke. My heartbeat had been starting to slow, but now it flew back up to top speed. I looked around, but it was too dark to see where the speaker was. I heard a sound. It was the creaking sound I had heard so many times before. This time I slowly trained my eyes on the darkness in front of me. I could barely make out the outline of a wheelchair's wheels against the light.
Huh?
Shogun.
ようこそ、匠くん。
The voice was friendly as it said my name. It made me feel sick. I didn't want to talk to Shogun. I was scared. I wanted to run away from here right now.
じゃあ逃げちゃおうよ。このままじゃタッキー殺されちゃう。
But Nanami,
君はすごく勇気のある人だ。ちゃんと一人で来てくれるとは。ありがとうと言っておくよ。
wait, something was wrong with this Shogun. Something was different than before. Right, his voice. His voice wasn't right.
その声。
声なんてただの空気の振動でしかないよ。
どう聞こえるか、その場の条件によって変わる。
そうだろ?
What was going on? His voice was changing more and more. Was he using some kind of machine? Maybe he didn't want me to identify his voice. At this point, why bother? And what he was saying didn't make any sense either.
タッキーを混乱させようとしてるんさ。油断しちゃダメ。誰の言葉も信じちゃダメ。
That's right. Seiratan was right. Seiratan was always right. Always. I put my hand over the pocket I was keeping her in and squeezed tight.
ななみはどこ?
I was so afraid. My heart felt like it was about to burst out of my mouth. I forced myself to speak anyway. I thought stuff like this only happened in TV and in video games.
ななみはもう死んだの?
ダウト。だって手首ちょん切られちゃったんだろ。もし生きてるにしても、もうすぐ出血多量で死んじゃうのは変わんないよ。
I started to cry. I could see Nanami's puffed up, pouting face in my mind. She was a little brat. Honestly, she was obnoxious. But still, I was so sad. So sad I was crying.
ななみは僕の妹なんだ。僕の大切な。なんで殺したんだ。ひどいよ。
死んだと思う。もしかしたら君の家に送ったあの手首は別人のものかもしれない。バングルと携帯はナナミちゃんのものだとしても、手首そのものは別人のものかもしれないっていうこと。
Nanami was alive.
信じちゃダメだってば。
君が見事クエストをクリアしたら、ナナミちゃんは返すよ。生きているナナミちゃんをね。
Quest. There was that word again. Did he think this was a video game? But the real me wasn't a
でも
hero.
もしクリアできなかった場合、ナナミちゃんは帰ってこない。
His voice suddenly grew cold as a blade. I felt so stupid being afraid of such an old man. But he was crazy. He was the new gen
だ
killer.
から僕を失望させないようやり遂げてほしい。君ならできるよ。
なんで僕なの？僕じゃなくても、僕なんかじゃなくてもいいじゃないか。
君でなくちゃダメなんだ。
だからなんで？
君は選ばれた人間だから。
Chosen.
Stream
勘違い
elements
しちゃダメだよタッ
said,
キー。
"Stay moist, my friends.
あ
Hydrate."
いつの言う選ばれたってのは、つ 次の犠牲者として選ばれたって意味なんだから。
I remembered the horrible fates that had befallen the other New Gen victims and shivered.
君は今日の昼間のことをもちろん覚えているよね。
昼間。
学校で君は岸本綾瀬を助けた。
Shogun's email had talked about her attempted suicide. He must have been watching from somewhere. Or maybe he had mind controlled her into trying to commit suicide in the first place.
あの花壇のおかげで岸本綾瀬は一命を取り留めた。そうでしょ。
Shogun knew about the power I supposedly had. Nobody there had found anything strange in the slightest about that flower bed. The only one who had known what had happened was Senna, and Senna had said this to me.
お前が妄想したんだろ。
タッキー、将軍の言うことは全力で否定して。
That's right. It was possible that Shogun was only after me, only trying to kill me, because of this power he thought I had. If I told him I didn't have it, maybe he would let me go.
僕にはそんな力ない。
力？力って何のこと？僕はそんな言葉は一言も使っていないが。
Oh, crap.
タッキーには力なんてないよ。ただの肝オタなんだよ。タッキーにヒーローの素質なんてないんさ。私にハーハーしてるだけの無害の引きこもり予備軍。そうっしょ。
She was right. I didn't have any power. That was just a stupid kid's fantasy. After all the things that Senna and Ayase had said, I had started to believe it was real. But the two of them were clearly crazy. I was stupid to believe anything a crazy person said. Hadn't Remy said it was all a delusion anyway?
詳しく説明してくれない？あの花壇のこととか。
僕がやったっていう証拠はあるの？花壇を何もないところから出現させるなんて、そんなの僕には無理。
花壇が何もないところから出現したんだ。他の人は誰もが最初からそこに花壇があったって話していたけど、君だけは花壇は最初はそこになかったってそう認識しているわけだ。
I might have dug my own grave again. Wait, who was Shogun anyway? If he knew what the other students and teachers were saying, had he been there to hear it from them?
僕は力なんてない。自分でも一体どうやったのか。
でも使えた。君が妄想したことが現実になった。
惑わされないで。タッキー、本当に力なんてあると思う？そんなのアニメの世界じゃん。タッキーがいるのは現実なんだよ。ただのことも綾瀬っちが2人に分裂したこともそれらが現実だったって証明できる？無理っしょ。分裂した綾瀬っちの体に触った？
I didn't.
ただの幻かも。そもそもタッキーはあの時警察とかユアッチに追われて動転してたし。
Then what about the flower bed?
同じだよ。花壇は最初からそこにあった。タッキーはリミッチを探してあそこへ行った時頭が痛くてフラフラしてた。 綾設置が落ちるまでにはっきりとそこに花壇があることを確認した？みんな誰一人として花壇が出現したことを疑問に思ってないってことはさ、逆に言えば最初からそこにあったから疑問に思わないってことっしょ？タッキーが間違えてただけなんだよ。将軍の言葉に惑わされちゃダメ。
花壇は最初からそこにあった。
I repeated what Sarah Tan had said.
最初はそこにはなかったって思い込んでたけど、記憶違いだった。僕の脳内での妄想だよ。だってみんなあそこには花壇があったって言ってるんでしょ。力とかそういうわけのわからないものじゃなくて、ただの思い込みだったんだ。
いや、君には力がある。そうだろ？
死にたくない。
そうだろ？
わからない。殺さないで。
君は自分の天才的な力についてもっと自覚するべきだよ。その潜在能力はすごすぎる。君なら世界を変えることだってできるんだ。
I wanted to go home. I wanted to go back to the base and grind an ESO until I passed out from exhaustion. I wanted to leer at my Saratan figure and watch Bloodtoon on an endless loop. That's all I ever wanted. So why?
タッキー、早く逃げて。私がずっと一緒にいてあげる。私だけがタッキーの味方なの。だから帰ろう。三次元とのつながりなんて断ち切って楽しいことだけして生きよう。
さて、前置きはこれぐらいにして、そろそろクエストを始めよう。まずは下のスクランブル交差点がよく見えるところまで行ってほしい。
逃げなきゃ。このままじゃ本当に殺されちゃうよ。
聞こえなかった？スクランブル交差点を見下ろせるところへ移動するんだ。
His voice was soft, but incredibly cold. There was a sharpness to it that made him impossible to disobey.
何を？
My legs were shaking, and I couldn't move. I wrapped my arms around myself and hugged tight. Should I do what he said? Or not? I didn't have it in me to even decide.
僕の言うことが聞けない？従ってもらわないと、ナナミちゃんの命は保証できないよ。
どうせもう死んじゃってるよ。タッキーが今から頑張ったってただの無駄死にだよ。
ナナミの声聞かせて。
I squeaked out the words, but Shogun ignored me.
その必要はないよ。君はもう少し今の状況を考えた方がいい。
I didn't want to think about the chance that Nanami was dead. I didn't want to imagine her dead. It felt like if I imagined it, it might really happen. I gave in and moved somewhere where I could look down on Scramble Crossing. The ground around my feet was dark. It felt like I might trip if I wasn't really careful. There was a clear acrylic board on the side of the roof facing Scramble Crossing, acting as a wall. It was about 3 stories high. When I got close to the wall, I could hear the chaos below me. There was a female voice that seemed much louder than the others. It was the one coming from the big TV.
アクリル板の壁に1箇所だけ壊れて穴が開いている部分があるだろう。
I looked at the wall, wiping away the heavy sweat on my forehead. He was right. There was a hole big enough for a single person to pass through. It was a strange shape, like it had been smashed open. Someone had clearly done it deliberately. Of course, there was nothing on the other side. It was a sheer drop-off an 8-story building.
そこから顔を出して下にいるギャラリーに挨拶してあげて。
What? What had he just said?
もう一度言おうか。その穴から身を乗り出して下にいる人たちに手を振ってあげてほしい。
He couldn't mean.
ほら、あいつタッキーを殺す気なんだって。
I gulped. Is that how he had made 5 people jump to their deaths? Sayrutan was right after all. I had no choice left but to die. I had to jump.
そんなの嫌だ。
拒否すればナナミちゃんは死ぬよ。
従えばタッキーは死んじゃうよ。
What was I supposed to do? I tried to think of my best option, but with every thought I had, the worst case scenario came to me in the form of a delusion. Somebody, save me.
お兄のバーカ。
Nanami's voice echoed in my panicked ears.
ヒヒバーカ。
I could see her smiling in my mind. It was my fault. Nanami had nothing to do with any of this, but Shogun had kidnapped her because of me, and even cut off her arm. I'm sorry, Nanami. I'm sorry. I wiped the tears away. They came back, and I wiped them away again. And then, with blurry vision, I slowly walked to the hole and gingerly peered out over the edge. There was a sudden cheer below me. It was so loud, it sounded like an earthquake. That big crowd in front of the station, and the media too. They were all here for some event that was about to start. Suddenly, a bright light assaulted me. I narrowed my eyes and looked away. I could see the big TV on the next building over, and the person on it was... me. Me. The big TV showed me with my face covered in tears and my mouth wide open like an idiot. Even my posture looked terrible. At first I thought I was seeing things, and then next I thought that somebody was secretly recording me, and I shivered. I even thought that maybe it was an image that Shogun was stealing from my mind. And finally, I realized that was a video of me being taken right this very moment. There was text in large letters running across the bottom of the screen. Live from Shibuya Station, the amazing psychic boy. More text was scrolling beneath it. An emergency live appearance of a psychic boy, personally vouched for by Yuri Brightman, the greatest psychic of the 21st century. Will he use his powers to find the new Jin killer? Finally, I understood. The media and the gawkers in Scramble Crossing were all looking at me. Don't look at me. Why are they all looking at me? Psychic boy, what the heck? Didn't they all know what had happened today? There was an earthquake. It was an intensity 5 quake. Over 100 people died. So, why were they all getting excited over a weird loser like me? It was like a crowd chant at a soccer or volleyball game. All the DQNs and Scramble Crossings started to chant. Did they all have a meeting in advance to arrange this? Or was Shogun mind controlling them? They were all raising their hands, shouting the same phrase in perfect unison. They were insane. I shivered. The chant continued. Between the chants, I could hear the DQN girls screaming at me.
こっち向いて愛してる
When I listened closer, they were all making fun of me. They were all just laughing, enjoying my misery. All they cared about was their own fun. This was a big festival, and I was the sacrifice. And all they cared about was joining in the big party. They were all DQN scum. Nobody was going to save me. They all wanted me to die here. Their mass psychosis was going to kill me. And they weren't doing it out of hatred or anger, but just for fun.
やだ、やだ、やだ、やだ。怖い。
I was scared. I thought I would piss myself from fright. I had never felt death so close. I thought I was going to pass out, like a child having a tantrum. I was crying and sobbing. I thought that maybe if I cried enough, Shogun would let me go. Maybe the crowd below would have sympathy and come to help. Maybe the police would realize I wasn't the killer, just a harmless, dorky loser, and come to save me. Maybe my parents were watching at home, and they would offer to take my place. Maybe Remy would appear out of nowhere to save me. Maybe I would wake up and find out it was all just a dream. I shook my head desperately, screaming again and again that I didn't want to die. But
その場から一歩でも下がれば、ナナミちゃんは死ぬからね。
Shogun's tone hadn't changed.
君はもう舞台に上がってしまったんだ。覚醒するには最高のステージだとは思わないか？そこに集まっている人たちも君に期待しているんだよ。もしそれを裏切れば、ボートと化して君に襲いかかってくるかもしれない。
After hearing that, I couldn't step back or even turn around.
気にすんな。ただの脅し文句だよ。タッキー、ナナミッチは死んじゃったんだよ。今ここで逃げ出してもタッキーは悪くないってば。
But
そこから見える景色に集中してほしい。
Shogun's voice was completely calm, but had a force behind it that brooked no disagreement.
君にここでしてもらうことは一つだけ。
飛び降りるなんてできない。死んじゃう。
誰もそんなことは言っていないよ。
That wasn't what he wanted. Then I didn't have to die.
君にはそこから一歩も動かずにディソードを見つけてもらう。
Find my D-sword. How? I had looked so hard for it and never even came close. How the hell was I supposed to find it here?
ディソードはいわば妄想の剣。それだけ言えばわかるだろ。
No, I don't understand.
騙されちゃダメだよタッキー。ディソードなんて実在しないって。妄想が実際にあるわけないっしょ。
見つかるわけないよ。
君はこれまでに剣を持った人間と何度か接触した。そうだね。 その人物から聞いているはず。ディソードをどうやって手に入れたのかよく思い出して。
この剣は命運を握る。この剣は嘆きを収束させたもの。この剣は超越した場所に干渉するためのもの。異空間のようなもの。同一次元上にあるもう一つの可能性、あるいは妄想。言い方にあまり意味はないが、唯一確かなこの剣もその領域に存在しているということ。いつの間にかそこにあった。気づかなかったわ、最初は。でもちょっとだけ見方を変えたら分かった。もしかしたら匠にももう見えているのかも。見ていないだけで。世界を疑え、仕組みを知る。お前の見ている景色は本物か。妄想は現実にすることが可能だ。本当じゃないものが景色に紛れ込む。つまりエラーを現実として認識させる。
そうだよ。すでに多くのヒントが提示されているよね。君にはもう見えているはず。君の眼下に広がっているその景色の中に。
He had hidden the D sword somewhere in front of me. He wanted me to find it.
見つけたら許してくれるの？
見つけるだけじゃクエストクリアにはならない。実際に剣を手に入れるんだ。その場から一歩も動いちゃならないっていうルールを破らないようにしてね。
Thank you for the lurk, Hershey. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. That was impossible. How was I supposed to get the sword without being able to move from up here? What did Shogun even want me to do?
だからあいつは無理難題を突きつけておいて結局タッキーを殺したいだけなんだって。
それができないならナナミちゃんの命はない。
逃げようタッキー、お家に帰ろう。
But if I take a single step back, he'll kill Nanami.
だからナナミッチがどうせ助からないってば。
He said he wouldn't hurt her.
あいつの言葉を信じるの？嘘ついてるかもしれないよ。
I looked carefully at the scene in front of me. The lights made it hard to see anything far away. I tried to look at my surroundings as much as I could. There wasn't much I could see from here. Most everything was hidden by the buildings around me. I had to find it. The sword. I thought back to what Ayase and Senna had said. What did they mean?
でもちょっとだけ見方を変えたら分かった。本当じゃないものが景色に紛れ込む。
And then I thought back to the patterns on the ceiling of my room back at my parents' place. I had always looked up at them when I was trying to go to sleep, and thought to myself that the notch in the wood kind of looked like a human face. And once I had started to see a face there, I couldn't see it as anything else but a face. Pareidolia, a phenomenon where the human mind attempts to impose order on random patterns. When you look at stains on a wall and see a face, or see animals in the clouds, that's pareidolia. Most ghost photos are an example of this phenomena. That's right. This wasn't like a pattern in a piece of wood.
切り取るんだ。
Shogun's voice was still calm as a whisper.
剣が見えたなら、そこから切り取る。君にはそれができる。
はーい、意味不明。そいつは適当言ってるだけだよ。
妄想は現実にすることが可能だ。
Like that flower bed, like the second Ayase. But the last time I had tried to create a real D-sword out of my delusions by using the fake one, it hadn't worked. I turned my head from left to right. I looked out at everything I could see from where I was standing. I saw a sword. I saw something that looked like a sword. I saw it as a hallucination. I could see the sword someplace that wasn't here too. I was pushed from behind, hard. At some point, someone had gotten behind me. I hadn't noticed them at all. It wasn't Shogun. I hadn't heard the creaking sound of the wheelchair. Then who was it? The night sky around Shibuya Station spun and spun. I fell. I could feel the wind on my whole body. The ground got closer. I could hear screams. No, cheers coming from the people around me. What was this? Was this the end? Was my life over? No. No, 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 no. Yes. Nope, we died. We died. Oh no, we died. I saw a sword. I saw a sword. I saw a sword clearly. If I could move from here, I could go get it. I could see the sword someplace that wasn't here too. It's not actually a sword. I saw it. As I looked out into the night, the light warping and twisting through the tears in my eyes, I found a spot that looked like a sword. Ayase was right. I hadn't noticed it at first, but when I changed the way I looked at things, suddenly it was there. I didn't care if it was just a coincidence or not. The more I started to see it as a sword, the more it contrasted with its surroundings. Finally, it became more and more real, standing out against the scenery around it. Even its outlines were gradually becoming clear.
見つけたんだね。
Shogun must have noticed my shock because he spoke almost
で
immediately.
は手を伸ばしてその剣を切り取ってほしい。深く考えなくていいんだ。君にならできるよ。
できるわけないじゃん。ダメ、タッキー、そんなことしたら下に落ちちゃう。落ちたら死んじゃうよ。
I looked below. The crowd below me was huge. The ambulances weren't here yet. It was just like this afternoon. They were too slow. Of course they were. The earthquake this afternoon had been devastating.
切り取るなんてできないよ。
固定観念にとらわれたらダメだ。最初からできるわけがないと思っていたら何もできない。常識を捨て去ってあるがままを見ればいいんだ。君には力がある。世界はその力に応えてくれる。あの花壇みたいにね。
Could I really do that? Could I really get the sword just by reaching out? Maybe it was worth a try. Ayase had said the D-sword would save me. Maybe this was what she was talking about. I could get the sword and finish the quest. Nanami would come back alive and Shogun would leave me alone. I could go back to my normal, peaceful life.
そんなに都合よくいくと思う？将軍があっさりタッキーを見逃すって？だって相手は10人も殺した連続殺人鬼なんだよ。
Shogun wouldn't try to make me do the impossible. I could do this. That's why he was telling me to do it. Because he knew I could.
あいつはタッキーを殺したいだけ。忘れたの？集団ダイブの映像。将軍は5人の男女を一回も触れることなく転落死させたんだよ。
I hated to disobey Seiratan, but still, I reached out to the sword as if seeking salvation. The people below gasped. Thousands of people in the pack crossing below were watching my every move. If you included the people watching on TV, there might be millions or tens of millions. I felt like I was going to throw up. The pressure of having so many people watching me threatened to shatter my mind like glass. No, don't think about it. Think about it and you won't be able to move. For now, focus on the sword. I reached out from where I stood, keeping a close eye on my footing. I focused on the sword and tried to grab it. I couldn't touch it. The wind was blowing hard. It was coming at me randomly too. One moment it would blow from the front, and the next it would slam into my body from the side. I was grabbing onto the acrylic board, but it was so slippery that it wasn't doing much more than making me feel a little better. If I had the slightest lapse in concentration, I would fall off. Still, I tried desperately to grab the sword, but no matter how many times I tried, it didn't work.
できるわけないよ。だってあれは本当の剣じゃないんだよ。
The tears came back. My vision blurred again, and the faint sword-like thing I had seen a moment ago began to dissolve. I quickly wiped away the tears. It felt like if I had lost sight of it, I would never find it again.
それならもっと手を伸ばせばいい。
Damn it. Didn't he know how dangerous this was? I bit my lip and held back my tears, and reached out further than before. I still couldn't grab it.
もっと。
If I fell here, I looked down again. I was higher up than I had thought. I felt like I was going to get dizzy and pulled back and clung to the acrylic
ど
board.
うしたの？剣を早く手に入れて。でないといつまで経ってもナナミちゃんは戻ってこないの。
I shouldn't have looked down. I couldn't stop shaking. I was worried the shaking would make me slip. I was completely terrified.
できないよ。許して。
君はあまり僕を舐めない方がいい。君のわがままに付き合うつもりはないんだ。理想度を手に入れる。それができないなら君の妹は死ぬ。君も死ねばいい。ただそれだ。
No, I don't want to die.
死にたくない。
Once again, I stretched out my arm from the hole. I could see the sword there still. I tried again and again, but it was no good. It was so close. Why couldn't I reach it? I leaned out further. I stretched out my whole body and reached my hand towards the sword. I even stretched my fingers as far as they would go, and slowly clenched my hand. Once again, nothing.
手が届かないよ。
It was impossible. Sayra Tan was right. That sword was half invisible. There was no way to even grab it. It only looked like it was a normal size because it was so far away. It had to be incredibly huge. No human could hold a sword that
その
size.
剣をつかめばクエストクリアなんだね。
手を折っちゃう。届かない。
ナナミちゃんを助けなくていいの？
助けて。もう許して。死にたくないんだよ。
昼間のことを思い出すね。君の力があればそこから落ちたとしてもまた花壇を出現させればいい。君は落ちても死なない。
自信ある？
Sayra Tan whispered to me mischievously. Confident.
タッキーがここから落ちて下の地面に激突するまでほんの3秒もないよ。その間に自分の意志でまた花壇を出現させる。タッキーがそんなすごいことできる？今まで一度も自分で意識してその力とかってのを使ったことないっしょ？
That's right. Even if I did have that power, I didn't know how to use it.
ねえ、逃げよう。タッキーはよくやったよ。でもこれ以上は無理。死にたくないっしょ？
But Nanami,
どうせ生意気なナナミッチのことだからさ。ここでタッキーが頑張って助けたって感謝してくれなさそうじゃん。
the truth of what Sayra Tan said stopped me in my tracks. She was right. Even if I saved Nanami here, I knew exactly what she would say.
お兄のせいでこんな目にあったんだからね。バカ。
She wouldn't be grateful. She would just be mean. I had spent the rest of my life with my whole family hating me. At the end of the day, she was just a 3D sister. She wasn't Moe. She wasn't pretty, like a 2D character. She was always looking down on me. She was always secretly, no, openly making fun of me. Whatever happened to that little brat wasn't my problem. Maybe I could risk my life for Sayra Tan, but not her.
タッキー、自分のことだけ考えよう。私はさ、タッキーに死んでほしくないな。こうしてずっとタッキーの脳内で二人きりでお話し続けたいんよ。
I want that too. Talking to Sayritan was what made me happiest. What happened to Nanami didn't matter.
死にたくない。痛いのは嫌だ。死ぬのは嫌だ。消えるのは嫌だ。ナナミがどうなろうと、僕は痛くも痒くもない。
I kept whispering the words, as if I were trying to make myself believe them. There was one person here who was right, and it wasn't Shogun. It was
あの
Sayritan.
剣に見えるだけで剣じゃない。ただの光の反射とか目の錯覚だ。
そうだよ。さあ帰ろう。帰ったらさ、私のパンツ見ながらいっぱいエッチなこと想像していいから。
僕帰る。帰ってセーラタンでハーハーするよ。
嬉しいな。タッキーのためにエッチなポーズたくさんしてあげるね。
I slowly pulled back my hand. Just doing so made me feel so much better. I took the Sayritan figure out of my pocket and stared at her smile. If Sayritan was okay with what I was doing, that was all that mattered. I wiped the snot from my nose. I turned around and walked towards Shogun.
誰が動いていいと許可した？クエストはまだクリアしていないぞ。
僕は勇者なんかじゃない。妹一人救えないようなヘタレな妹だよ。僕に期待しないで。僕を見ないで。僕をそっとしておいて。
ではナナミちゃんは殺すことにするよ。
どうせもう死んでる。
She was already dead. Shogun had killed her in some horrible way. It would probably be the top of the story on the news tomorrow, the 6th Nugent case. It was sad, but I couldn't do anything about it. I heard what sounded like dripping water, but it wasn't water. It was Nanami's blood. It was bright red blood dripping from her severed wrist.
なんで助けてくれなかったの？鬼って最低。
I screamed. The whole world turned red. My mind went blank with rage, sorrow, and helplessness. And I charged into Shogun at full speed. I grabbed at the figure hidden in the shadows. But my hands passed through thin air, and I collapsed onto the wheelchair. I must have hit my elbow because it was stinging from the pain. I winced and looked for the person in the wheelchair. There was a severed head rolling at my feet. Trembling, I picked it up off the ground. It was very hard. I realized quickly that it wasn't a severed head at all. It was some kind of helmet.
これ
A black helmet.
ダーススパイダー
Okay. Chapter 6, Noah completed, I guess. The entrance to the Hanzoman subway was packed, even though it was almost midnight. Thanks to the earthquake, all the trains and buses were running late. The people heading through the turnstiles weren't even trying to hide their annoyance. Yasuji Ban was in the station's staff office, watching them on the monitors. The call had come in from the station staff yesterday morning. There was a report of a teenage girl attacking people with a huge bladed weapon. The local police had rushed to the scene, but when they had gotten there, there was no sign of the girl or the man she had supposedly attacked. Ban had happened to hear this and noticed the description of the man she had supposedly attacked. There were several earlier reports of the same thing happening. That's why he had come here at this god-awful hour. Supposedly, the station's video cameras had captured the incident on tape. When he had asked the station staff to show him the video, they had eagerly agreed, stopping only to add that was a little bit creepy. He had them use the station monitors to show him the footage. It was full of static. The static was probably from the earthquake. He had heard that a lot of the other hard disk drives had lost data today. That probably had something to do with it. It was only barely possible to make out what was going on. It would be very hard to identify any individuals on the tape. The monitor was showing a single man. He was on the right side of the screen, a distance away from the monitor, standing against the wall. The camera was showing a spot a distance away from the turnstiles, one you wouldn't use if you were just here to get on a train. In fact, the only other people to appear on screen were people quickly cutting across the camera's field of view. The screen was so fuzzy with static that it was hard to tell, but he looked like he was short and extremely thin. He was wearing a heavy backpack too. Ban couldn't imagine what he was doing there. He fast-forwarded the video, and after an hour or so, something happened. A few of the passerbys walked across the screen, headed toward the man, and stopped. It looked to Ban as if they were being drawn in by the backpack he was wearing. What was especially strange, though, was that they didn't seem to be talking. They were just standing there. The few who stopped didn't seem to know each other either. They were of different ages and genders, and seemed to have nothing in common. What was going on? Just as Ban started to get really confused at the goings-on on screen, though, a girl appeared on the camera. She was wearing a Suime Academy uniform and had long hair. She walked right up to the man with a backpack. The way she was moving was clearly different from the ones who had stopped nearby him before. She knocked them out of the way as she grabbed the backpack man's collar. The two of them argued for a moment. Or, actually, it felt like the girl was threatening the man. This seemed to bring the others back to their senses. They quickly walked away. A few moments later, the girl gave the man a hard shove. The man fell flat on his ass, and then something strange happened. The girl took a step back and struck an odd pose. She dropped low and seemed to bring her fists up to her ears. It looked like she was holding something heavy in her hands, but there was nothing there at all. The report had said she was carrying a huge bladed weapon, but where could she be hiding it on her body? The answer immediately became clear. The screen, that is, the camera, suddenly began to shake. This wasn't static. The way the hair and clothes of the people around them were flapping, as if they were blowing in the wind, made that much clearer. Ban leapt forward to get a closer look at the screen. Suddenly, the girl was holding a huge sword in her hands. It was bigger than she was tall, and Ban had no idea where she had gotten it from. He had them rewind the tape so he could see it again. No matter how many times he watched it, the sword just seemed to appear from thin air. If nothing else, the girl hadn't moved at all. The people on the screen were freaking out at the girl and her sword. She, however, was completely ignoring them. The man with the backpack, though, was clearly frightened. He scrambled to his feet and tried to run away. The girl refused to let him. The man was surprisingly agile as he ran, but the girl caught up and swung the massive blade like it weighed nothing at all. The sword cut through the man's backpack like a tornado. The impact knocked him to the ground. He didn't seem to have been hurt, though. In fact, when the police got there, they hadn't found any blood at all. Ban whispered aloud. The girl suddenly looked at the camera as if she had heard him, even though there was no way she could with a pre-recorded video. The screen blurred for a moment, and she was gone. It was as if she had never been there in the first place. The shattered remains of the man's backpack, though, testified that she had been. It was hard to tell from the static on the screen, but it was plain that she had disappeared in less than a span of a second. Ban rewound the tape. The timestamp in the corner showed nothing unusual at all. In other words, this video hadn't been spliced. But how to explain the different disappearance of the girl and the appearance of the sword, then? Ban felt like he had seen a ghost. He had no explanation for any of this. The world around me was perfectly white. I was lying down. It felt like I was floating, but I couldn't tell if I was. I couldn't tell which way was up and which way was down. The silence was loud in my ears. It was like hundreds of crickets were chirping in my head. If somebody had told me this was the afterlife, I wouldn't have doubted it for a second. The place was just so monotone, empty, silent, orderly, organized, vacant, and peaceful. This must have been what the Buddha's brain was like after he achieved enlightenment. It wasn't like my brain at all. I wanted to stay here forever. All the crap I had to put up with in the real world. The pain, the suffering, the emptiness. I didn't want to deal with any of it. And then a noise disrupted the silent white world. It was the sound of a door opening and the sound of somebody's footsteps. They were coming closer.
お兄来たよ。いっしょいっしょ。お兄お兄、今日ね、ナナね、いいもの持ってきたんだよ。はい、これプレゼント。手編みの帽子なんだよ。すごいでしょ、すごいでしょ。もう冬だしね。ナナね、帽子好きだから編んだの。使ってね。お兄、無視しないでよ。ああ、ご飯残してるじゃん。せっかくのカレーなのに。ちゃんと食べないとダメなんだよ。ねえねえ、病院のご飯って美味しくないって本当？でも食べないとダメ。起きろ、お兄。食べずに寝たら夜になってお腹空いちゃうんだから。
Somebody's hand came around to my back. They pushed me and sat me up. It was only then that I realized my eyes were closed. I opened them, and there was a small girl there. It was Nanami, my little sister, but she was so small. It was Nanami as she had looked several years ago. How many years, though? She had to be in elementary school at least. The young Nanami scooped up curry with a plastic spoon and offered it to me, and I knocked her hand away. And for some reason, I swept the tray with the curry rice onto the floor with my arm.
お兄、お行儀悪いんだ。お母さんに言いつけてやるぞ。
Nanami crouched down and picked up the tray. Next, she brought a washcloth over from the sink in the corner of the room and began to clean up its splattered contents.
世話が焼けるな。ナナがいないと何にもできないんだから。
Just leave me alone. I covered my face with my hands and slowly closed my eyes.
ごめんね。あなたを守ってあげられなくて。
I slowly opened my eyes and saw a white ceiling. The white was dazzlingly bright. I blinked a few times. I tried moving my fingers. I brought my hand to my face. My hand made a shadow, blocking the light. Only then was I free from the brightness. I had been dreaming. It was a dream about Nanami. Nanami had always been such a little grown-up. That tendency of hers had only gotten more pronounced when I had stopped talking to everybody after the bus accident. My parents just became overprotective, but whatever mean things Nanami might say, she would always try and take care of me. But that dream, had I ever stayed at a hospital like that? I had been going to one, but never stayed there, right? Well, there was no point in trying to read too much into a dream. I was lying down on a bed. It was a simple white bed. The sheets were white. The pillows were white. The linoleum floor was white. The wallpaper was white, too. Even the fluorescent lights on the ceiling were white. The curtains on the windows were white. The tiny shelf next to the bed was white. The porcelain pitcher on it was white. The paper cups were white. I was starting to get sick of all the white. I tried forcing myself to sit up. For a single instant, I felt a numbing pain around my lower back, but it quickly vanished. The room was pretty big, twice the size of the base at least, but it was empty. It might have been a hospital room. I could see a single pair of green slippers just under the bed. I felt relieved to find something that wasn't white. I was moving, and I wasn't dead, from the look of it. My throat was dry. I wanted a soda, a cold, fizzy soda. But of course there was nothing like that in this pure white room. I ended up pouring water from the pitcher directly into my mouth. It was a little warm, but enough to slake my thirst. After I finished drinking my water and taking a moment to catch my breath, the door opened and a white-clad nurse came in. So this place was a hospital after all, then. She seemed a little surprised as she looked at me. She had thought I was still asleep, it seemed.
あら、西条さん、目が覚めたんですね。
She smiled gently at me. What a great nurse she was. Wait,
Stream
I felt
Elements
like I had seen her
said,
someplace before.
"Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
Oh, now I remember. I had met her when I had gone to see Dr. Takashina. What was her name again? I couldn't remember, so I glanced at the name tag on her chest. Hazuki, it read. Right, Hazuki.
お体の調子はどうですか？
She offered me a thermometer. I took it without really thinking about what was going on.
体温を測ってくださいね。
And the ads have started, so I'm going to go get some more water while those play. Anyway, I couldn't say no if she was going to be this nice. My head was overflowing with doubts, but I put the thermometer under my arm anyway. Then the memories burst inside my head. I remembered what had happened before. Up on the rooftop with old Saint Nick. After I had given up on saving Nanami, I had charged Shogun in his wheelchair. But there was nobody there. I had fallen over and found myself holding a Darth Spider helmet. Count Darth Spider was a famous villain from the movie Spark Wars. His all-black silhouette was famous even in Japan. I had never expected in a million years to find that Shogun was wearing a Darth Spider cosplay. All my anger melted away, replaced by confusion. I stood up and looked at the wheelchair. Nobody was in it. There was a black hooded robe draped over the back of the chair. It was part of Darth Spider's costume, too. I looked around to see if anybody else was there, but there wasn't. I was the only person on the dark roof. Then the media came rushing in. They surrounded me with microphones, cameras, and lighting. There was nowhere to turn. I didn't count how many people were there, but at least a dozen. The sheer intensity of them all terrified me. I wanted to run, but I couldn't move an inch. They were crushing
西
me.
尾君西尾君帽子はどうなっちゃったのかな。
結局ニュージェネの犯人は誰なのかわからないということですか。
そのダーススパイダーのヘルメットは何か超能力と関係あるのかな。
日常さん答えてくれませんか。これで終わりなんて言うなら電波ジャックですよ。
結局何がしたかったんです。ニュージェネに便乗した売名行為ですか。不謹慎だと思わないですか。
ユーリ・ブライトマンさんとは最近話したかな。どんなこと話した。
地震とニュージェネについて何か関係あると思いますか。
その手に持っている美少女フィギュアは何らかの知識的なアイテムと考えていいんですか。
このような行動を取ったことにはアニメやゲームの影響はあったのかな。
日常さん
西条さん
西条君。
The lights were so bright. It felt like my flesh was burning under a midsummer sun. There were so many people around me that the heat of their bodies was making my head feel woozy. My vision was spinning. I was pushed into a corner, panicking. I couldn't breathe. I put my hands to my head. I couldn't see a thing. I didn't want to see a thing. I couldn't hear a thing. I didn't want to hear a thing. I couldn't feel a thing. I didn't want to feel a thing. And as I screamed, my mind went blank, like it had short-circuited. That's right. I passed out. And then, how did I end up here after that? I couldn't remember. If nothing else, I was sure I hadn't walked here on my own. Maybe I had been brought here by an ambulance. Hazuki was writing something on the clipboard in her hand. There must have been some kind of paper stuck on it. Was she writing down my symptoms? I was able to check the time from the simple, nondescript wristwatch on her arm. It was just past 6 in the morning. I had been out for a long time, from the look of it. But why this hospital, though? If Hazuki was here, that meant it was the one I usually went to. This place was a big general hospital. I could see somebody deciding to bring me here. But something still didn't seem right. I wasn't sure why Hazuki would be the one assigned to me. She worked in the psychiatric ward, right? If she was here, did that mean this room was usually used by mental patients? Maybe the beds were all full because so many people were hurt in the earthquake yesterday. Maybe the beds in the mental ward had been the only ones open. Or maybe they thought I had collapsed because of some mental disorder. Well, if they did, they weren't that far off. I was starting to feel more and more depressed.
昨日ご家族がお見えになっていたんですけど、西条さんの意識が戻らないので、日付が変わる頃にお帰りになりました。今日は診察時間が始まる頃にお母様が来るそうですよ。
I nodded since I didn't even have the strength to answer. Mom, I'm the most embarrassing son in all of Japan. No, maybe the entire world. Why did it have to be on TV? The whole country had seen me up there, sobbing and crying. It was almost certainly on YouTube, too. I didn't know why they were saying I was some kind of psychic boy, or why they would want to broadcast every move of a creepy loser otaku like me on the day of that huge earthquake. The only conclusion I could come up with was that Shogun really had mind-controlled them all. Either way, they had seen me in all my shame. This wasn't just some internet thing that would be over in a day or two. I might not ever have a peaceful life again. Suddenly, an image of Nanami's face flashed in my mind. I bit my lip and squeezed my hands against my thighs. If I had managed to save Nanami, none of that would have mattered. The whole world could have laughed at me for the rest of my life, and I wouldn't have cared. But I hadn't even been able to save her. The tears came pouring down my face.
どうしました？どこか痛みます？
I shook my head again and again as I cried. Nanami was dead. Nanami wasn't coming back. It was my fault. It was my fault. It was my fault. It was my fault. Because I was such a loser. That's why Nanami had died. Up on that roof, I had listened to Seiratan, or rather my heart's weakness talking to me through her, and given up on the D-sword without even really trying. I had chosen to save myself, and pretended to be a poor little victim instead of saving her. I hated myself from the bottom of my heart. If, when I was up there, if I had tried a little harder. I was the one who had made the decision to give up, and yet I regretted it now that everything was over. That was the worst possible thing a person could do. Regret didn't help anybody, but still, I couldn't help but think. If I could go back to that moment, I would try a little harder. But of course, even if I did go back, I would probably make a bunch of excuses and give up again anyway. That was what I always did. God, I was pathetic.
ナナミ、ごめん。ナナミ。
Hazuki rubbed my back to comfort me. I was such a failure. I was even causing trouble for this nurse, and she had nothing to do with it. But the tears kept coming.
何か後悔していることがあるんですね。でもきっと妹さんも許してくれますよ。
How did she know Nanami was my sister? And I didn't want to hear something so cliched. I hated to say this about Hazuki when she was being so nice to me, but there was no way she could understand how I felt. I hated myself so much. I was so pathetic. I kept looking for other people to comfort me when I only cared about myself. I would be better off dead. Maybe I really should kill myself.
昨日もしきりに西条さんのことを心配していましたよ。とても可愛らしい妹さんですね。
What was she talking about?
ナナミは、妹は死にました。
Shogun had kidnapped her. He had chopped off her arm. He had locked her up somewhere. And she had probably died there all by herself and lonely. The thought of it made me feel like my heart would burst.
そうなんですか？ごめんなさい。勘違いしてしまって。
I had always thought that Nanami was obnoxious. But thinking back, we had been siblings for 16 years. She would always call me a jerk, but she had always been worried about me. She was always so annoying because she was trying to break me out of my miserable life. When she brought something to eat from home, she didn't just give it to me. She always tried to make sure we ate together. Normally, a girl that age would be trying her best to ignore a creepy older brother like me. Nanami might have been mean, but she had always talked to me. She always listened to what I had to say. At school, even, instead of ignoring me, she would actively try to talk to me. I was a pathetic virgin otaku, but Nanami had always treated me like I was her brother, like I was a person. She was one of the few things that kept me going, realizing that when it was too late, didn't change anything, though.
でも、だとしたら、鬼ってどういう意味なのかしら。
I looked up, unsure of what she meant. My eyes were so teary, I couldn't see the look on her face. What had she just said?
眠ってる西条さんを、お兄 と何度も呼んでいたから、その印象が強くて。
There was only one person who called me that.
それ、本当ですか？
I was so excited that I got out of bed and went over to her.
はい。何がです？
ナナミが、妹がナナミがここに来てたんですか？
いえ、はっきりお名前を聞いたわけでは。
僕のこと鬼って呼んでたんですね。
ええ。
ナナミは今どこに？
ですから、昨日はお帰りになりましたけど、西条さんのお母様と一緒に。
怪我とかしてませんでしたか？
はい。いえ、特には。
元気だったんですね。ナナミは元気だったんですね。
はい。いえ、ナナミさんかどうかはわかりませんけど、昨日いらしていた女の子は元気そうでしたよ。
Nanami was alive. From what Hazuki was saying, that much seemed clear. I sat back down on the bed. My brain was close to total shutdown. What had happened? Shogun said he wouldn't give Nanami back unless I finished the quest. Had he released her out of pity? Was that even possible? Or had she run away on her own? But then what about the hand that had shown up in my room? Hazuki had even said she wasn't hurt.
もしかしたら君の家に送ったあの手首は別人のものかもしれないよ。
So he wasn't lying when he said that. Shogun had just been toying with me. He had deceived me. No, the fact that he deceived me didn't even matter now.
そっか。
So she was okay. She was okay. She was okay. Nanami had never been kidnapped in the first place. While I was on top of O-Front trying to grab that D-sword, she was probably at home, reading manga in bed, or going to karaoke with her friends and singing off-key. I was crying, but I couldn't stop laughing.
西条さん？
将軍にまんまと騙された。なんという壮大な釣りだよ。
Nanami was alive. She was alive. I would get to see her pretty, bratty face again, hear her obnoxious voice again. I felt so relieved and so happy. The tears wouldn't stop, but they weren't the tears of frustration I had been weeping a moment ago. Maybe I was total failure. Maybe I'd given up on trying to save Nanami on my own yesterday. But as long as she was safe, that was all that mattered. The whole world could laugh at me and I wouldn't care. Really, I was just so happy. There was another meeting being held in the big conference room at the Shibuya police station today. All the detectives looked exhausted, and none of them were looking forward to more hours of useless discussion. As Matsunaga started asking the various officers for their reports, Ban nervously raised his hand.
ちょっといいですかね。
なんだね。
It wasn't just Matsunaga who looked suspicious. Even Suwa in the chair next to him, and the rest of the detectives too, looked suspicious. Ban gave his usual shallow smile, and then made a few little bows as he looked around the room.
先日
インターネット上に投稿されたいわゆる集団ダイブの映像についてなんですが、実はちょっとした発見をしまして。
え？
Suwa seemed shocked. It was understandable that he would be. Ban hadn't told his partner a word about his investigations into the video. Of course, it wasn't that he had wanted to keep it a secret, but...
バン警部補、君は確か貼り付けの捜査担当だったはずだが、なぜ集団ダイブについて調べている？
Well, that was why. Ban had been ignoring the task force's order and going off on his own, and he didn't want to get Suwa involved. That would be a great way to ruin the career of a promising young detective.
まあ、とりあえず見てくださいって。
Ban gave a sheepish smile as he took large photos out of the file folder in front of him. He pinned them to the board with magnets.
これはどっちも集団ダイブの現場となったコーネリアスタワー屋上の写真です。右の写真は例のミュウツベ投稿映像から抜き出したもの。左のは昨日の夜、私がタワー屋上に行って撮ってきたものになります。何か違いに気づきませんか？
あ、
Murmurs spread throughout the room.
背景がね、違うんです。投稿映像のカメラは北東へ向かってる。5人が転落したのが北東だったから間違いない。で、映像では3分29秒から約15秒間、カメラが左右へ大きく振れるんですが、その時に東に向いた時の映像がこの右側の写真なわけです。コーネリアスタワーの東、つまり六本木方面ですね。東京タワーが夜景の中にしっかり映ってる。高いから目立ちますね。でもね、もう一つよく目立つものが映ってないんですよ。
Ban narrowed his eyes and stroked his stubble on his chin, a self-depreciating smile on his face.
六本木ビルズですよ。
And look at the photo showed he was right. There was no sign of the lights from Roppongi Bills. But in the photo that Ban had taken yesterday, the lights from the windows of Roppongi Bills could clearly be seen next to Tokyo Tower.
で、たまたま見つけたんですが、コーネリアスタワーのホテルロビーにタワー完成当時のパネルが展示してありましてね。そのパネルの一つがこれ。
Ban took out another photo from his folder and pinned it next to the other two. It was another photo from the roof, this time taken during the day, not at night.
六本木ビルズが映ってますよね。建設中ですが。
The murmurs in the room grew even louder. Even Matsunaga was staring at the photos silently, a stern expression still plastered on his face.
コーネリアスタワーの完成は2001年。六本木ビルズの完成は2003年。タワー完成当時の写真では当然ながら六本木ビルズは建設中でまだ高さもほとんどない。だが集団ダイブが起きたのは今年2008年だ。映ってなきゃおかしいですよね。六本木ビルズ。ちなみに投稿映像に細工された形跡はなかった。
つまり何が言いたいんだ？
Matsunaga sounded impatient and annoyed.
非常に言いにくいんですが、
さか先輩、この映像が撮られたのは2003年以前、つまり5年以上前って言いたいんですか？
Hey, come on now, Suwa. Ban's shoulders slumped. That was exactly what he was trying to say, and he couldn't help but be impressed by the young detective's intuition and sharp mind. But having somebody come out and say it so directly made him look like a lunatic. Ban's attempts to find the best way to phrase it had all come to naught.
バカバカしい。小説の読みすぎではないがね。映像に映っている被害者5人の顔は一致しているんだ。あれが5年前のもののはずがない。そんなつまらないことを調べている暇があったら、聞き込みの一つでもしたらどうだ、警部補。
ああ。
今のは聞かなかったことにする。それと、後で話があるから会議が終わったら残りたまえ。
Ban sighed a little, gave up, and sat down. Well, he hadn't expected it to work in the first place. He lazily flapped his fan in front of his face, trying to tell himself he had expected it to go this badly the whole time. Of course, Ban himself had no answer to the question of what Roppongi Bill's not being in the video meant. After I found out Nanami was alive, a doctor came and asked me some simple questions. The questions were to see if I was functioning well or not. I gave half-hearted answers as I decided to get out of the hospital before my mom came. I had just embarrassed myself on national TV. How was I supposed to face my family? And if Nanami came, I was sure to start crying from sheer joy. And then Nanami would say, "Don't make me worry like that, jerk." She would be totally serious too, and I have no idea what I have been through. Imagining the embarrassment made me feel almost physical pain. I decided to make a strategic retreat before it actually happened. After eating a small amount of disgusting breakfast they brought me, I slipped out of my room. I went down to the first floor and through the lobby. Since the hospital wasn't open, the outpatient hall wasn't packed with seniors like it usually was. When I got to the front door, I walked right out it. Fortunately, the automatic door opened just like it was supposed to. Leaving the hospital might get the doctors and nurses mad at me, but I could always go back here once everything had calmed down. I had left a note for my mom telling her to pay my bill. That was good enough, right? I had spent the night in the hospital, but physically there was nothing wrong with me. And mentally, knowing Nanami was safe had driven a lot of my depression away. I headed back to the base at top speed, being careful to make sure Yua and Shogun weren't waiting in ambush for me. I was back. My mental state was completely different than it was when I had left. Now I felt great, of course. If anything, I wished I could speak to the me who had left here yesterday. You're about to get trolled. You don't need to worry so much. Nanami's fine. I would say something like that. Yesterday had been really awful. Everything had been awful. It started with that weird call in the morning, then the earthquake, then I had lost the data on my hard drive. I had had to witness Ayase's suicide attempt up close. And then there was that email from Shogun, and he sent me a severed hand. A severed hand. The joy I was feeling faded instantly. I gulped and turned toward the fridge. The hand was still inside. Before I had left, my head had been a total mess. The best idea I could come up with was to put it in the refrigerator. It might rot if I left it out, and the blood smelled really bad too. There were lots of sci-fi anime and movies where people lived for hundreds of years in cold sleep. Right? It was kind of the same as that. Yesterday, I had been really thinking that when Nanami was safe, if I had kept her hand in good condition, maybe they could do an operation and put it back on. If that wasn't Nanami's hand, then whose was it? And how to explain the bangle and the phone? If I wasn't mistaken, those both belonged to Nanami. When I had called Nanami's number, that phone had rang. Or maybe that was all part of Shogun's plan. Was it really possible to make such a perfect copy of her hand, though?
もう一度確かめてみるべきかも。
I really didn't want to, though. A severed hand was just disgusting. Just imagining it made me want to throw up, even if it was Nanami's. But I couldn't keep it in the fridge forever. I would have nowhere to chill my soda. I thought about getting the cops to come get it, but then I remembered they thought I was the new Jin killer. It would be suicide to call 110 and tell the operator, "Can you please come get this severed hand?" What should I do? Should I throw it away? But if it was Nanami's, it would be a bad idea to throw it away, right? Could you even put severed human hands in the garbage? Was that against the rules? If you could, would it be burnable garbage? Non-burnable garbage? For the record, guys, fun fact, throwing human remains in the garbage is technically illegal. It is. It is technically illegal. It's something to do with the proper disposal of human remains. Yeah, fun fact. Don't ask me how I know that. I scratched my head hard. There was no point in thinking about it. For now, I could start by taking another look at the bangle on the wrist and the phone in the hand. I could try and see if they were Nanami's or not. I stood in front of the fridge and grabbed the handle. I closed my eyes and took a few deep breaths. The idea of having Remy come and open it for me crossed my mind. It was tempting, but I quickly discarded it. Even if Remy was on my side, a human hand in the fridge would freak her out. She might decide to abandon me and turn me over to the police. I had to deal with this myself. I gritted my teeth. I took 2 more deep breaths, and then I pulled hard on the handle. It wasn't there. I didn't see it at all. I remembered putting the hand in there yesterday. It was wrapped in aluminum foil, all ready to get heated up in the microwave, all nummy-like. I mean, what? Nani? I had put it on the top shelf, but there was no sign of it. The only things in the fridge were a few soda bottles and a few rotting oranges. You should probably throw those away, bruh. Nothing more.
消えた。なんで？
It had just disappeared. I crouched down and checked the back too. It wasn't there. There wasn't that much else in the fridge. There was no way I could miss it.
昨日ここに入れたよな。
Or maybe I was only telling myself I had done that, and I had just left it where it was the whole time. I closed the fridge and looked around my garbage-filled room.
段ボールもない。
The big box with the hand inside. What had I done with it? I thought I remembered throwing it into a corner. My memories of last night weren't clear at all. So much had happened yesterday that had overwhelmed my brain. Everything had been so crazy that I hadn't had time to think. Calm down. Think. Get things straight in your head. Try to figure out why the hand that was there yesterday suddenly vanished. I booted up my PC's word processor and typed out all the possibilities I could think of. 1. I was mistaken and I put it somewhere else in the room. 2. I took it outside and threw it away somewhere yesterday. 3. Shogun took it. 4. The police secretly searched my room and took it. 5. The media broke in and took it. 6. There never was a hand. The base had been unlocked since yesterday. Anybody could have come in easily. Shogun had been able to, certainly. That's how he had gotten the hand in here. Or was it number 2? My memories of what I had done when I had left to go to Ofront weren't clear at all. My desire to save Nanami, the images of the severed hand in my head, my fear of Shogun. All these emotions were swirling around in my head. They had filled my brain way past full. I wasn't thinking clearly at all. It was even possible I had unconsciously taken the hand out of my room and thrown it in the garbage somewhere. Or maybe it was just a delusion from the start and had never existed to begin with. But when I opened my email software, the message from Shogun was there. All that stuff about the present was just like I remembered it. Shogun had talked about it yesterday too. It was hard to believe it was just my delusion. Could the media or the police have taken it? Those guys always looked down on otaku like me and treated us like dirt. They might actually do that. After what happened, I was afraid of looking at the internet. But still, I felt like I had to know. I opened my browser. I hit up my usual news sites, starting with the taboo news section. As expected, there were countless articles about the incident in Scramble Crossing the other day. The young Nugent boys' psychic power show ended in the worst possible way, as MHK, BTS, and TV Yuhi all ran specials on the earthquake that occurred in Shibuya on the 27th. TV Today and Fuji TV ran live feeds of the event alongside their coverage starting at 9. Angry calls soon flooded in, however. Scramble Crossing was packed with approximately 5,000 fans who booed loudly for over an hour after the event ended with nothing happening. Some fans even started fights with each other, and 13 arrests were made. The incident began with a prank email from a self-proclaimed psychic that we'll be calling Boy N. His email declared that he would identify the killer behind the new generation madness. At first, the media was skeptical. However, when Yuri Brightman, an American psychic investigator, sent a message claiming to be the boy's backer, TV Today and Mount Fuji TV came to believe in the lies he was telling. TV ratings were high, with both TV Today and Mount Fuji TV hitting over the 40 mark. These numbers exceeded those of last year's Kohaku Singing Contest, which is typically the highest rated program in Japan. Of course, this was run alongside earthquake coverage, but in a rating sense, the decision to cover the boy was the right one. Boy N, however, was no psychic. He excited the crowd by making it look like he would jump off the building several times, but his performance ended there. Frustrated reporters rushed to the roof and attempted to interview him about the new Gen case, but this too ended in failure. The boy had collapsed on the roof and was found in possession of a cosplay outfit from a popular Hollywood movie, as well as a so-called moe anime figurine. Yoshiro Hashiba, a professor at Meisei University, commented, "More and more young men these days are trying to be a hero without thinking of the trouble they're causing people around them. Video games and anime probably caused him to lose sight of the distinction between fiction and reality, and drove him to act in the way he did. He needs psychological care. This incident will go down as one of the stranger events in recent years." I had never emailed the media. I had never seen Yuri Brightman's show. I had never even met him either. What was going on? Had Shogun set this whole thing up? Why? What was he after? He was saying all that weird stuff about a quest. Why would he even bring in the media to put me on TV if he wanted to force me to get the D sword? I couldn't figure it out. What was Shogun trying to accomplish? He had even let Nami go. I followed the links and read a bunch of different articles, but none of them said anything about Shogun. There had been practically no time between when I had body slammed into Shogun and when the media had showed up. Even if he had managed to escape somehow, the media must have seen him. There was no way he could get out of there in such a short time, especially since he was in a wheelchair and couldn't walk. I looked at Chan too. Of course, the place was in an uproar. Comment after comment was listing my real name. That uniform the Nishijo kid's wearing, is that a Suimei uniform? Are there any Suimei students in this thread? Boy in, what a loser. Die in a fire. Nishijo, knock it the hell off. We Otaku are going to get more shit because of you. They found out what figure he was holding. It's Seira from Bloodtoon. Creepy little freak. Creepy Otaku losers everywhere in tears. That Nishijo kid should have stayed a hikikomori instead of going on TV. Nishijo, you dork. I'll blow you away with my awakened rocket body blow.
Utsuda.
Already known, one of his classmates from last year came and they were all having their fun at my expense. They were making fun of me without having any idea about how I was feeling. At Channel could be really scary when they didn't like you. This had all happened because of Shogun. I had thought that maybe At-chan would have information that the media wasn't reporting, but that didn't seem to be the case. I couldn't find anywhere that talked about somebody besides me being up on the roof of O Front. It was as if the person named Shogun had never been there. Maybe what I had seen hadn't been the real Shogun, but some kind of illusion. Even if Shogun was real, there was also the possibility that the figure in the wheelchair was just a hallucination I had created. So many impossible things were happening. It was like a video game. Maybe there was a world where Nanami was dead, and a world where she was alive. Maybe they were both parallel worlds, and I would get to pick which one I wanted to live in. Maybe the future branched out endlessly, like the choices in an H game. What made me different from others was that I could see what happened if I picked the bad choice in my delusions. Like with Nanami's dying and Ayase's jumping, or how I had fallen off the top of O Front. In other words, all these awful things that seemed to happen to me specifically were just traps my own mind was setting for me. Part of me wanted to escape from my boring life, where every day was the same, and into an exciting world that was more like my video games. My unconscious was just giving that to me in the form of my delusions. No, that was impossible. I didn't want anything like what I was experiencing. I didn't want to experience anything scary or sad, whether it was real or not.
っていうか、どれだけ想像力豊かなんだよ。
All these ideas I had just thought up were just stupid, childish delusions, weren't they? I sighed and leaned back in my chair, looking up at the ceiling. It was hard to tell what reality even was. It felt like everything was a lie, and my world an empty, hollow place.
今日午後8時ごろ、渋谷区の渋谷川で女性の変死体が発見されました。被害者は江戸川区に住む十勝あやみさん27歳で、死因は喉を詰まらせたことによる窒息死とみられています。警察の調べによりますと、被害者の右手の肉が削り取られて 骨が露出しており、また胃の中からは人間の肉とみられる内容物が見つかりました。被害者は自らの右手を噛みちぎって食べたとみられ、また足首が紐で縛られていたとのことです。警察では自殺・他殺の両面から捜査を進めています。
Ever since the Intensity 5 earthquake hit Shibuya, the atmosphere of the town had changed for the worse. Crime was up, and it wasn't just kids getting into fights anymore. There was a huge increase in theft, particularly smash and grabs. The media was using the phrase "new generation" to inspire feelings of danger and claustrophobia that it had gotten so bad that some stores were shutting down until all this was over. The weekly anti-New Gen protests had suddenly turned into riots. A huge horde of people had descended on the Shibuya police station. They had clashed with the police, and over 100 people had been arrested. Just like they had with the Psychic Boy, thousands of people had appeared out of nowhere to watch and enjoy the show. There was a huge, clearly visible difference between the people who were visiting Shibuya and the ones who lived there. The former type was hoping for more fun and excitement. The latter were suffering miserably from the lawlessness in the ward and begging for more police crackdowns. And then, as if to make things even worse, the 6th New Gen incident happened. Of course, they hadn't caught the killer. A week had passed since the earthquake. Sometime in the past few days, the school had sent me notice that I was suspended. Even if I hadn't been suspended, I wasn't in a mental state where I could go to class. Another New Gen incident had happened the day after the earthquake. Just like Dr. Takashima's death, it was clearly intended as a message to me. A woman who had chewed off her own right hand. It had to be a reminder of how Nanami's right hand had been severed. Even if what had happened with Nanami was just Shogun screwing with me, the thought that she could have been killed like that was terrifying. Besides that, I was now famous in a bad way, and terrified of leaving the house. If I had the option of going to live in a cave somewhere, I would have taken it. Even going to the convenience store to get food was painful. Some days I had eaten nothing at all. I couldn't walk with my head held up while I was outside. It always felt like somebody was laughing at me. I was scared of other people looking at me. I didn't want to talk to anybody. Some people from the media came by several times, but I ignored all of them. I hadn't called home or talked to Nanami. I even quit ESO for the time being. If somehow somebody found out that I was Nightheart, that would be just awful. A week. Was that enough time for things to calm down? Or not enough? There used to be a saying that rumors would last for 75 days, but that was a long time ago. Trends changed incredibly fast now. Popular phrases would be completely forgotten by the following year. Slang that everybody used online would be dead and forgotten in months. Every day the TV was in search of heroes, idols, and villains to consume and then discard. Even with New Gen, by the time of the 6th murder, Achan wasn't nearly as excited as they had been during the first. Everything disappeared from people's memories so fast. I hope that, like those other trends and fads, what had happened a week ago had faded completely from people's minds. It was overly optimistic, but I couldn't help but hope anyway. My head and stomach hurt. I sat down on my usual bench to calm myself down. I knew exactly what Sayra-tan would say if I asked her.
そんなに苦しむぐらいならもう学校になんか行くのやめればいいっしょ。
I was starting to think she would be right. I had heard that a lot of students were starting to stay home because of how bad the crime in Shibuya was getting, and I had always said it never really mattered if I graduated. I was willing to drop out of school right now, actually. But still, I was going to school anyway, even if it meant potentially running into Yua. I gulped down the soda I had bought from a nearby vending machine and stood up from the bench. It was time to stop lying to myself. I didn't want to go to school, but I didn't want to drop out either. If I did, I would never see Rimi again. Right now, since we were classmates, I could see her whenever I went to school, but if we lost that connection, of course I could call her or go to see her directly, but that required active effort on my part. It wouldn't just happen. And an active effort like that was beyond me, too. In fact, I hadn't seen Rimi in a long time.
私が一緒にいてあげる。
That's what she had promised me, but she hadn't contacted me in over 10 days. Maybe she had seen me embarrass myself on TV and decided she never wanted to talk to me again. The thought made me so scared, so sad, and so lonely. Nobody, not even Nanami, came to see me. The internet was saying the most horrible things about me, and Yua and Shogun were still out there, waiting for me. I said I didn't want to talk to anybody, but the loneliness was killing me. I wanted Rimi to come see me. I wanted her to hold me gently and tell me she was there for me. I was probably relying on her too much. But it was her fault. The one who had taught me how warm 3D girls could be was Rimi. Once I had known that warmth, I wanted to experience it again and again. The peace it had given me was something I couldn't get from 2D or delusions anymore. Delusions weren't enough to keep me going. I needed to see Rimi. When I got to school, nothing much seemed to have changed. In fact, nobody noticed me. I went inside and up the stairs. I passed a girl I had never met, who gave me a gasp and a look of pity. When I got to the hallway outside my class, where several of the windows were broken, I could hear whispers and see people openly gawking at me. I had a bad feeling. My optimistic hopes that I had been forgotten were about to be utterly dashed. Still, I opened the door, desperate to see Rimi. There was silence for 10 seconds or so. Everybody was staring at me, and they were frozen perfectly still. I quietly walked to my seat and sat down. A DQN-looking boy in the last row, I didn't know his name, was the first to speak.
おい、西条、超能力見せてくんね。
The rest of the class suddenly unfroze.
それ言ったらかわいそうじゃね。だってユーリが認めた男なんだぜ。そうそう、俺テレビ見てたぜ。すげえよ、あのやらせ超能力者。
西条もどうせやらせなんでしょ。
大きい人形と小さいお人形を抱えてただけだもんね。
やめとけって。西条は病気なだけだっつの。そっとしといてやれ。
だってあいつ空飛べるらしいじゃん。あとなんだっけ、投資。
私投資されたらどうしよう。服もスケスケで裸見られる。
西条変態じゃん。
お、やっべ、こっち見た。石にされる前に目をするぜ。
大丈夫、実際のところただの妹だから。
Oh, no. This was what I had been most afraid of. The DQNs had made me their target. Not a single person had forgotten what had happened a week ago. I was Japan's most famous living joke. The boy who had told the whole world he had psychic powers, only to pass out while holding an anime figurine. There was no point in telling them I wasn't psychic. The truth didn't even matter anymore. The whole country already had their own story about what the truth was, and it was shared by tens of millions of people. Nobody could change that now. Nobody. Not me. Not the media. Not even Shogun. I was the fake, self-proclaimed psychic with mental problems. I was the loser otaku creep. Nobody in the world was on my side. I hated how TV always made fun of otaku, but now I had personally done something to damage otaku culture's reputation. I didn't have any psychic powers. I couldn't fly. I didn't have supernatural sight. I didn't have telepathy. I couldn't even get the D sword. I was just a failure, a boy who had given up on trying to save his sister. I was just an otaku who knew about games and anime, and nothing else. I was helpless to change any of this. I looked around for Rimi, trying to keep my mind from breaking down right then and there. Suddenly my eyes met Misumi. He quickly turned away from me. Of course, that's what he would do. If he was friends with me, he would be an outcast from the class. Yeah, of course. It was a natural thing in the world. An otaku like me and a handsome boy like him lived in totally different worlds. It was honestly strange we had been friends at all. I looked around, trying not to cry, desperately searching for Rimi. But she wasn't here. Rimi wasn't here. Why? Was she not here today? Today of all days? Now I had no way of contacting her. If she never came back to this classroom, I would never be able to see her again. That's how it felt. That's how it had been when she had appeared too. One day she was suddenly here, and now she was suddenly gone. Could it be that she was caught up in the earthquake and killed? I tried as hard as I could to push the negative thoughts from my mind, but it didn't work. I started feeling more and more depressed. Gloomy, dark delusions were filling my heart. Did a girl named Rimi Sakihara even exist? Was it possible that she was just like Seiratan, a personality I had created in my delusions? It would make a lot of sense if that was the case. She was always there just when I needed her. She was always kind to me, even though I was such a loser. Could somebody like that, my ideal 3D girl, always there when I needed her, really exist? I didn't have any reason to come to school anymore. My one reason had disappeared. I was alone after all. I had been alone the whole time. I cried and cried inside my heart. I just barely managed to avoid crying in the real world too. My pride wouldn't allow it. It was a tiny, worthless pride, but it existed. Slumped down, gritting my teeth, it was all I could do to not fall out of my chair. I could hear my classmates talking, even though I didn't want to. I wanted to run away, but I was too scared. Running might only attract even more of their attention. I wished all of them would just die. If I didn't have anything left to lose, then maybe I should end my life doing what I wanted. I tried killing them all in my brain to see if it would make me feel better, but it didn't. It wasn't enough to avenge my humiliation. They were still looking at
Stream
me too.
Elements said Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
Taunting me with voices so loud they echoed throughout the entire class.
お前なんで死なないの？生きてんのきつくね？俺ら手伝ってやろうか。
I put my hands tight over my ears and tried my best to endure their taunts. I wanted to kill them. I wanted to murder them all with my D-sword. I imagined my blade splitting open their heads, ripping out their hearts, and splitting their bodies in two. Die. 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 I didn't have a D-sword, but I could buy a big kitchen knife anywhere. I wanted to stamp out their worthless maggot lives myself. And the more I thought about it, the stronger the desire became. The instant I did something that crazy, maybe the world would be reset. Then the world my brain was showing me now, where I had made a wrong choice and gotten onto the bad route, would end. And then I would go back to my old world. Rimi would be there. Misumi would still talk to me. Everybody would forget about how I had embarrassed myself. Nobody would make fun of me. Maybe I should try it. My head was starting to feel fuzzy, and I was having trouble concentrating. Maybe I had a fever. Was my head overheating from thinking too much, or from too many delusions? I didn't know if you could do that. Well, whatever. Maybe I should try it. If I couldn't go back to my old world, they would just think I was crazy. No, they already thought that. If I had nothing left to lose, then did it even really matter? A week ago, when the nurse told me Nanami was alive, I had thought that was all I needed. I had thought that if Nanami was alive, nothing else mattered. My life didn't matter. I didn't care if they thought I was crazy and sent me to the hospital. I hoped it was the same hospital as Ayase. Where did she end up anyway? That prison-like hospital she had supposedly been in before? Even that would be preferable. It would be at least a little better than being at school without Rimi. The impulse to do something awful was boiling up like magma, and I was losing my capacity to control it. I slowly stood up. The laughter started bubbling up, and I couldn't stop it. The whole class was staring at me, their expressions frozen on their faces. Don't look at me. I'm not worth looking at. And suddenly, I heard a girl's voice. And it sounded like an anime girl, too.
この前飛び降り自殺をしようとした人を助けたのは西条くんだもん。だから西条くんにはたくさん価値はあるよ。
Who was that? Who was speaking to me? I looked around the classroom again. Everyone was still frozen silent at my strange behavior. I couldn't see anyone speaking. And anyway, that voice, it felt strange, like it was coming from directly inside my head. Was I hearing things, or had I created another girl in my delusions? What was that? There was an answer to what I had just thought. Were they reading my mind? No, it must be a delusion after all.
コズピーってなんだよ。ここってどこ？誰なの？
I yelled. My classmates practically ran to get away from me.
西条くんに価値がない
There was no answer to my question. The strange voice was continuing.
西条くんのことをひどく言うクラスのみんなの方が価値がないから。
I shivered. The voice kept talking in that happy, chipper tone, and this was the next thing it said.
いいと思うなら殺しても
Please stop it. I sat back down in my chair, leaning forward with my head in my hands. The world didn't reset. I didn't go back to a parallel world with Remy in it. Parallel world, another world which exists in a space-time parallel to our own. These worlds have the same dimensionality as our own, and sometimes even the people and objects in them are the exact same locations as they are in ours. Instead, it looked like I had gone totally insane. When Ban came back to Frisia's office for the first time in a week, things looked a little different. The piles of papers on the desks were nowhere to be seen. They had all probably fallen over during the earthquake, and Momose had ordered them cleaned up. The place looked a lot nicer now, actually. Ban sighed and sat down in the chair he had dragged over from one of the desks. He waved his fan in front of his face, exhausted. Momose was in front of him, typing into her laptop. She looked up at the gloom on his face and furrowed her brow.
なに？来るなりため息なんてついて。
なあ、ももちゃん。何にもないとこから剣が出てくるって手品見たことあるかい？
そう。手品なんて詳しくないから。
じゃあ、瞬間移動は？
箱の中に入ってとかそういうこと？
いや、そうじゃなくて。
一体何が言いたいわけ？宴会芸でも覚えたいの？
わかんないなり。多分関係ないことだからさ。
変な人ね。
Momose shrugged and popped the sweet Kintsuba cake that Ban had brought her into her mouth. What the heck is a Kintsuba cake? Curiosity demands me to Google it real quick. Give me a second. Kintsuba cake. It is made of batter in a special pan similar to a waffle iron, but without the honeycomb pattern. Filled with sweet bean paste, although it's becoming popular to use custard or something else. Okay, so it's like a little pancake thingy, I guess. Okay, that looks kind of nice. That looks nice. Seeing such things makes me want to food them myself. That does look tasty. I love learning about new foods.
どうぞ、お茶っす。
Sua brought over 2 paper cups. Steam was pouring off the green tea within them.
あら悪いわね、スバちゃん。お茶組なんてさせちゃって。今日みほちゃん風邪で休んでて。
いや、大丈夫っす。
He gave her a brilliant smile as he handed the cups to her and Ban. Sua had come here before when he and Ban had been working on a different case. Ever since then, he had looked up to Momose as his teacher, more than he looked up to his partner, Ban. Momose seemed to like the young, hard-working Sua, and wasn't as harsh with him as she was with Ban.
それより何の話してたんすか？
どうやったら父兄に受ける宴会芸を覚えられるかって相談をな。
はあ、そりゃ興味深いっす。
スワちゃん、こんなダメ刑事なんかといつまでもつるんでちゃダメよ。もっと優秀な上司につくのおすすめするわ。 でないとあなたの出世街道が断たれちゃう。
まるで俺が出世絶望的みてえな言い方だな。
事実でしょ。悔しかったらもっと真面目に仕事しなさい。
してるんだがな。
Ban seemed unsatisfied, but Momose ignored him and offered Suwa the box of Kensuba cakes.
スワちゃんも食べて。
あ、どうもっす。
言っとくが、それは俺が自腹で買ってきたもんだぞ。
先輩、いただきます。
As Suwa reached for a Kensuba cake, Ban let out another sigh.
それより二人ともこれを見て。
The laptop was showing a line graph. The line was like a wave, slowly going up and down. Suwa walked around behind Ban and looked down at the screen, confused.
これ、何のグラフっすか？
ここ1年の渋谷近辺の G レートよ。おかしいと思わない？
渋谷の平均 G レートが世界的に見ても高いってのはももちゃんに教えてもらったんだぜ。
そうじゃなくて、気のせいかもしれないけど G レートが何者かによって操作されてるような気がするの。
そんなことできるんすか？
さあ、でもグラフを見るとなんだか不自然なのよね。数値が小刻みに変動しすぎてる。10年ぐらい前まで遡って調べてみたんだけど、ここ5年くらいはずっとそんな調子なのよ。
前に太田教授だっけか、その人が言ってた、なんだっけ、 G レートが半年前から増加してるとかなんとか、その辺と関係あんのかい？
太田教授の調査では G レートはそんなに細かい変動は起こさないっていうことなのよ。
何らかの異常が起こってて、そこに人為的なものを感じるってことか。
でも5年っすよ。それだけ続いてれば異常じゃなくて正常な状態と言えなくもないんじゃないですか？
もう一つあるの。グラフを細かく調べていくと G レートは毎週末に伸びる傾向にあるのよ。
週休2日のサラリーマンにはありがたいことだな。俺には関係ねえけど。
ああ、土日に休み欲しいっすね。自分もう2ヶ月休みなしっすよ。
Momose shook her head a little at the two detectives, who both suddenly had gloomy looks on their faces.
茶化してる場合じゃないわ。1週間ごとに定期的に変動してるのよ。しかも年末年始やお盆休みなんかは変動がピタリと止まる。何かの意志が働いているとしか思えないわ。
年末年始やお盆休みがあるのって人間だけだよな。動物や植物はそんなもんあるわけないもんな。
実は地球の意志とか。
地球の意志？ずいぶん壮大な話だな。だがもし仮にそんなもんがあったとして、地球が明けましておめでとうとか言うかよ。
冗談っすよ。
年末年始はともかくお盆休みは日本にしかない風習よね。
日本人の社会活動と同期しすぎて。
渋谷っすから当然なんじゃ。
ちなみにこことここ見て。
Momose pointed to a spot in the middle of the graph, and then another at the very far right. The latter was the last day shown.
この2箇所はすごく伸びているでしょ。
一番右はこの1年の最高記録みたいな。
1年どころかこの10年で最高よ。
日付は？
真ん中は3ヶ月前。覚えてる？小さな地震があったでしょ。
なあ、震度3でなぜか8人も死んだ。あれか。あ あの犠牲者ってなんで死んだのか理由はまだ特定できてないんじゃなかったか？
さあ、そうでしたっけ？
Momose ignored the two detectives and continued.
で、一番右はこの間の地震の日。あの日、大規模な電磁波が発生したのは知ってるわよね。
渋谷中のコンピューターが壊れたらしいな。俺はアナログ人間だからよくわからんな。
自分も自宅のノーパソがやられたっす。復旧してる暇がなくて。
あれは地震の影響で電磁波が起きたって言われてるけど、真相は全く逆かもしれない。電磁波の影響で地震が起きた。
おいおい、そんなことテレビや新聞じゃ言ってなかったぞ。
あくまで私の推測だけど、この2つの地震は天災じゃなくて人災かもって思ってるの。だってどっちも普通じゃないもん。前の地震では震度3っていう規模なのに8人も亡くなってるし、そして今回は震度5で118人。
死にすぎって言いたい。
さっきバンちゃん言ったでしょ。亡くなった方の大半は死因が不明って。そんなの尋常じゃないわ。
まあ確か
に。それに空が白く染まったっていう噂もある。
そういえば時間が経つにつれて全く報道されなくなったな。
マスコミに何らかの圧力があったのかもね。
まさか。
名はどうか。
おそらくそうよ。
マジっすか？
明和党とつながりのある企業団体を洗うべきか。
もうやったわよ。
さすがももちゃん、相変わらず仕事早いね。で、
Momose raised up her hands and stretched. She tilted her head a little, and you could hear the sound of her neck popping.
それらしい当たりはなし。お手上げよ。
お手上げってももちゃ
ん。やっぱももちゃんさんの推測が間違いなんじゃ。
そうかもしれないわね。これでも結構時間かけて調べたのよ。本業そっちのけでね。でも行き詰まっちゃったわ。よほど巧妙に隠されているか、つわちゃんの言う通り私の推測が見当外れでしかないのか。
こういう時は別の方向から攻めてみるってのがデカの鉄則だぜ。
先輩、なんか心当たりあるんすか？
Ban stopped waving himself with his fan and licked his lips.
週末に G レートが上がって得するやつって誰なんだろうな。
The strange voice had stopped, but I couldn't take being in the classroom anymore. I stayed in the bathroom for hours until the afternoon classes were over. The only reason I didn't go straight home was that I was still hopeful I might see Remy. So after school ended and everyone had gone home, I went back into the empty classroom. Remy was waiting there. She turned to me and smiled.
石、どこ行ってたの？待ってたんだよ。一緒に帰ろっか、タク。
I thought maybe she'd be there to say that to me. I hoped that maybe, somehow, that would happen. But the classroom was empty. Nobody was waiting for me. I tried going to the courtyard. This was where Remy had said she would be with me, but now there was nobody here. Nothing moved but the lonely purple blooms in the flower beds, which swayed in the cold autumn wind. I took out the red handkerchief from my bag. It was the one Remy had given me. I tried sniffing it, but the floral smell was gone. Maybe it had disappeared when I had washed it that one time. I had the handkerchief, but the scent was gone. I had the memories, but Remy was gone. I was out here wishing to meet a girl who maybe only existed in my head. I was wandering the school after classes were over.
なんて救いようがないんだ。僕って。
With a girl's handkerchief up against my lips. I was so creepy, I wanted to throw up. I left the school and started to wander around the city with no real goal in mind. I would just stop caring about everything. I wasn't even worried that Shogun or Yua might find me anymore. If anything, I was hoping they would just kill me, preferably in a way that wasn't painful. My mood was one of complete depression, and seeing the way Central Shibuya looked right now only made me feel worse. Nobody had a smile on their face. Everyone was glaring at the people around them. It felt like a fight could break out at any minute. Just by walking around, I could see that some of the shops that would normally be bustling with customers had actually lowered their shutters all the way. And I couldn't be sure, but it looked like there were fewer cars too. Even the loud TVs in front of the station were silent. Instead, there was a distant howling of police sirens, angry horns, and screeching tires. There were no traces of the mess I had caused last week. Even if it wasn't gone from individuals' memories, maybe it had long since vanished from the memories of the town. I wished I could forget the memories myself. To know nothing, to be ignorant, to be stupid. That must be really nice.
無知は罪だ。知らない方が幸せなこともあるという人間もいるが、そんなのはただの甘えだ。
That's what Cinna had said. But what's wrong with being naive? I wasn't that strong. I was always looking for someone else to help me. I couldn't do anything on my own. I didn't want to do anything. I stood in the middle of the street and closed my eyes. My biggest problem right now was that I knew some things, but not everything. I knew about things like Shogun and the D-Sword, things I didn't even want to know. But if somebody asked me what they were, I couldn't explain. I didn't have the answers. Maybe I should just die, I thought to myself as I looked up at the O front. If you die, are your memories reset so you can play again? Tell me, person controlling me, your role-playing has failed completely this game. You leveled up all the wrong stats for your character. You should have made him more like a hero, somebody who was social and outgoing. Kind to women, a friend to the weak, and a foe to the strong. Somebody with a sense of justice who could choose between right and wrong. You won't be able to beat the last boss without me. You won't be able to beat the game with me. You won't be able. Sorry about that, just texting somebody real quick. Anyway, okay. Come on now. Stop being a little weird. Phone. Thank you. Okay. Don't have any hopes for me. Reset the game. Please. I'm worthless. Delete me. But I wasn't deleted. Instead, somebody slammed into my shoulder. I thought I was hallucinating again. This morning I had hallucinated a girl's voice, so now it was a man's voice, maybe. Nobody wanted to hear a man's voice. Give me something moe, something hot, and then have her whisper naughty things into my ear, and I'll get a boner even though I'm in the middle of town.
無視してんじゃねえぞ。
なあてめえ、西条だな。
どうなんだ、やらせ超能力少年。
この前テレビ出てたよな。ギャラいっぱいもらったんだろ。
ちょっと顔貸せよ、エスパー君。
I opened my eyes. There were 3 men surrounding me. They were all wearing baggy clothes. They had gold, silver, and brown hair. 2 of them had piercings in their ears and nose. 1 just had piercing in his ears. They were stereotypical things. Thugs, dressed like something you would have seen years ago. If anything, they belonged in a museum. Well, there's the death flag. Or was this another thing where I was experiencing the bad route that came after I made the wrong choice? The bad stuff just kept coming. I don't even care anymore. Just kill me so I can be reset and reborn. Do you have a knife on you or something? When you stab me, make sure I die instantly, okay? I was so scared my knees were shaking. I shouted out of pure instinct. It was closer to a scream than a shout, but I didn't care. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I lied when I said I didn't care. I know things are bad, but I don't want to die. One put a hand over my mouth so I couldn't scream, and then the other 2 grabbed my arms. I stopped resisting. They took me into an empty alleyway. As they grinned at me, I decided to launch a preemptive attack. I got down on my knees and begged in a shaky voice.
お金なら全部渡すから。それで見逃してください。
I offered them my wallet. One of the DQN snatched it out of my hands.
お前金持ちだな。さすが超能力少年だぜ。お前いいやつじゃん。俺気に入っちゃったよ。
I let out a sigh of relief as I kneeled on the ground. It looked like they were going to let me go.
俺らの仲間に入れてやるよ。入会金は100万円な。これ強制。本当はすぐ払ってもらうとこだけどよ。今日の夜までにしてやるよ。まあ、なんか超能力使って見せてくれたら 半額にしてやってもいいけどな。
なんか言えよ。
超能力見せろっつってんだよ。
できねえの？
できねえのかっつってんだよ。
I felt a sharp pain in my side. I might have broken a rib. I couldn't breathe. I was passing out. I was feeling dizzy. Then I saw the foot of the DQN in front of me. It was coming toward my face at incredible speed. What happened? It felt like there was an incredible pain in my face, but maybe it was a delusion. I tried to open my eyes, but my eyelids wouldn't move. The darkness wouldn't go away.
だよ、もう伸びたのか？
どうする？このくらいにしとく？
もうちょっと痛みつけといた方がいいんじゃね？あのダーススパイダーの兄ちゃんもそう言ってたじゃん。
ボコボコにしてくれって言ってた。
こいつボコるだけで金くれるなんて、よっぽどこいつのこと嫌いなのかもな。
というわけなんで、続きまーす。
俺らのこと恨まないでね。
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I want to kill you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I want to kill you.
おい、何土地狂ってんだよ。ふざけんなよ。なんだそれ。おい、よせ。やめろ。やめて。やだ。
The weak light of the setting sun was pouring through the window of the hospital room. The color of the sunset split the room cleanly between light and shadow. Inside the light was a bed with pure white sheets, a portable gaming system sitting by the pillow, rows of academic books sitting on a shelf, light pink cosmos flowers sitting in a vase. The room was neat and organized. Nothing moved. It was a room where time had stopped. Near the window where the sunlight shone through, there was someone small sitting in a wheelchair. His back was to the window, and he wasn't moving. His breathing was so gentle and deep that you would wonder if he might be dead. His skin was wrinkled, his cheeks caved in, his eyes sank deep into his skull. He had no hair at all on his head. Looking at him, it was unclear if he was a boy or an old man. The shadow of the one who called himself Shogun stretched all the way to the room's door. For the first time, the world moved. The door slowly opened, and someone came from the dark hallway into the evening light. Rimi Sakihara stood at the entrance to the room. She didn't come in any further. The setting sun illuminated her face, revealing the tension in her expression.
もうやめよう。残念だけど、あの彼は 西条匠は消すべきだよ。
Shogun didn't respond to her words at all.
どうして？
危険だから。
There was a sadness and pain in her voice. She may not have realized it, but there were tears in her eyes.
私が消そうか。
ダメだよ。
Rimi couldn't tell if his lips were even moving.
彼にはやってもらわなくちゃいけないことがあるんだ。
Rimi's head slumped forward. Her hair fell forward along with it, and she brushed it back with her fingers.
例えば、あなたは夢に見たことを覚えていられる？
うん。
そっか。私、すぐ忘れちゃうんだ。
できる人とできない人がいる。
できる人はきっとロマンチストなんだね。
すごく長い夢をよく見るよ。見ている間は何年にも感じられる。
私もそうだった気がする。でもそれは幻。実際の時間としては寝ているうちのほんの 2,3 秒程度のものなんだって。夢って心の歌方なの。だから早く目覚めて出ないと。いつかあなたは西条匠に殺されちゃう。
それでも構わないよ。夢から覚めるわけにはいかない。この夢は完結させなくちゃ。
完結した夢の後には何が残るの？
Someone softly shook my shoulders. It was a very hesitant shake, and after the one time they quickly pulled away. Someone was peering into my face. At least that's what it felt like. I was slowly beginning to wake up. As I did, the pain came back to me. Something stunk. Bad. It was a strong, raw scent. The scent of blood. The area around my upper lip stung. There was a metallic taste all throughout my mouth. I slowly opened my eyes. I was in the alley I had been in a moment ago. I was lying face down on the asphalt. Right in front of me was a pool of dark brown water that looked like it had dripped out of a garbage bag. I winced at the awful stench and stood up. My whole body ached. The area around my face hurt the most. It was hot and stinging, like someone had brought a lighter right up close to my face. There was a girl leaning down right next to me, looking at me as like she was about to cry. It was the transfer student, the girl who had transferred into my class. What was her name again? Ohara? Orihara? What was she doing here? She offered me something. My wallet. Why did she have it? I looked around, still feeling woozy. The 3 DQNs who had been hassling me were lying on the ground, covered in blood. What the hell had happened here? They had gotten the crap kicked out of them. All their faces were so smashed in, I could barely recognize them. Were they dead? They weren't moving at all. Was this the 7th New Gen incident? Who could have done this? Was it me? Did I do it? The transfer student stood up and beckoned to me, her face pale. She kept looking at me and then the three men on the ground, tears forming in the corners of her eyes. And then suddenly she grabbed my hand and started to run. When we got out to the main street, she finally let go. We hadn't run that far, but she was already exhausted. We both fell silent. Maybe she was like me and not really good at talking to other people. No, that didn't matter right now. What was going on here? Those three DQNs had picked a fight with me and were beating me up. I must have passed out. I wondered how long I was lying there. There it is again. I was hearing it again. I thought that maybe somebody I knew was close by and talking to me, but I couldn't see anybody else around. Crap. Why was I suddenly hearing things? Maybe my brain had been pushed so close to the brink that I had to make another personality to survive. Maybe I did have multiple personalities, like Yua said. I had heard once before that normally different personalities couldn't communicate with each other. Maybe I was the exception. I was getting so tired of this. Was I eventually going to start hearing the voices of other personalities too, besides this obnoxious Kozupi one? How many personalities were inside me anyway? I had read in some book that there was a patent patient with 24 personalities somewhere in America. And what was more, I didn't even know if my personality was the primary one. A different personality might be the actual owner of Takumi Nishijo's body. As I stood there in shock, the transfer student poked me. As she did, she tried to whisper something, but seemed to fail. Instead, she nervously raised her hand. Kozue Orihara. I vaguely remembered hearing the name a long time ago from Misumi. Kozue. Kozue. Kozupi. No way. So you're sending this voice directly inside my head. She nodded again and again as hard as she could.
Telepathy?
That's impossible and probably not a good idea. So this voice was actually coming from the girl in front of me. Her head was still slumped forward, but her eyes were turned up at me. She pointed a finger at my face. It was shaking. I touched my face. The area under my nose was wet. My nose had been bleeding. She took out a pack of tissues from her pocket. I used it to wipe away the blood, feeling really creeped out. The transfer student. Kozupi's mouth wasn't moving. She wasn't speaking, so how could I hear her? Stop ending your sentences like that. It's weird when 3D girls do it. Wait, you can hear my thoughts too?
聞こえるよ。
普通に話さないのはなんで？
恥ずかしいし。
I see. I understood how that felt. I was the same way. Her gaze suddenly darted back and forth like a little animal, before glancing at me and walking off toward the station on her
こ
own.
こ離れた方がいいと思う。
Why? I followed, confused. As I walked, I realized something. There was a stabbing pain in my side. Each step I took ached so much that I had to stop. I held my side and took a moment to catch my breath. There were so many people here. I hated Shibuya. It felt like everybody I passed was laughing at me. It felt like everybody was looking at me. It started to feel like everybody I knew who I was. Don't look at me. Don't laugh at me. I need to rest somewhere without a lot of people around.
ほいじゃあいいところがあるならご案内します。
I had only met Kozupi a few times at school, but now she was like a completely different person. And even though in the real world she was completely silent, in her mind she was...
わあ、今うるさい女って考えた。
If it was convenient to be able to talk to somebody mentally, but it was also obnoxious. And wait a second, how did this even work? Was it a real psychic power?
やっぱりコズピーのこと気味悪いよね。こんなの普通じゃないし。
The fact that it's not normal doesn't really bother me. I've met a lot of weird people lately. And you might talk funny, but you're not scary or crazy, so you're a lot better than some of them.
そう言ってもらえるとうるうるってなっちゃうのら。
Kozupi suddenly started to cry as she walked. Surprised, I handed back the tissues. She wiped her eyes with one of them, giving me a bow that was deeper than it needed to be. So, anyway, having you read all my thoughts is creepy and uncomfortable too. That's my honest opinion.
そうだよね。ごめんなさい。でも聞きたくなくても聞こえちゃうの。にゃ。
Is that true?
そうなの。
Well, I'm sure you don't want to hear that from a creepy otaku. Like me, of course. I'm a creepy loser, and totally worthless.
そんなことない。
Just as I was starting to go back into the depression mode, I heard Kozupi shout in my mind.
ダメだよ。そんなこと言っちゃ。そんな悲しいこと。
She started crying again. Why are you crying? Are you pitying me? If so, then you don't need to do that. I'm such a weirdo. I make up girls in my head and pretend they're real. Like Rimi.
それって咲畑さんじゃなかった。咲畑さんのこと？
Do you know her?
だってクラスメートだよ。西条くんの彼女さんなのら。
No, she's not.
あ、違うの？てっきりそうだとばっかり思ってた。
Kozupi knew Rimi. That could mean only one thing. Rimi was real. She wasn't a delusion. She wasn't somebody I had invented in my head. She was a real person.
そうか。
But then why wouldn't she make any effort to contact me? Maybe she had given up on me after what happened at Oakfront.
崎畑さん、地震があったあの日、青い顔をして早退して行っちゃったのら。それ以来、学校来てないよ。もしかして家族に何か悲しいことがあったかも。
I felt so much better. Knowing that Remy hadn't given up on me after all made me feel like I was really going to cry. I had a reason to go to school again. I wanted to see Remy. Until she came back, I would keep forcing myself to go to school every day.
気をつけてね。西条くんが崎畑さんと付き合ってるって思ってたから言わなかった。けど崎畑さんには気をつけて。
What does that mean?
崎畑さんはよくわかんないのら。
What does that mean, though? You don't understand her? You mean the crucified murder? Or are you talking about how all my memories of her, being my classmate since our first year, were missing? She was still mysterious in a lot of ways, sure. But she had been there for me so many times. When I was scared, she offered to be by my side. She wasn't my enemy. For some reason, Kozupi looked dizzy.
そんなに一度にいっぱい考えられると。コズピー、ついていきにゃい。
Sorry. It was kind of strange. When I was talking to people, I always had trouble getting out even a fifth of what I was trying to say. But talking like this might mean I would have to work on not thinking too much. It was probably the same for Kozupi. I didn't think she would talk so much in her mind.
喋ってるっていう感覚は薄いよ。考えてるだけ。それが流れ込むだけ。相手にはビビーって、相手からはドバーって。慣れてないと自分の思考と相手の思考がごちゃごちゃってなって、にゃーってなるの。
Please to speak Japanese, K? Thanks. I mean, I kind of get the nuance, but I guess she meant that there are none of the more subtle points of conversation, and you never have to worry about being too scared about what the other person would think, and not being able to say what you wanted to say. You couldn't try to read the room if every single thought you had was being shared. It wasn't one-way communication, but maybe it wasn't two-way communication either. Maybe it was like trying to focus on one out of a million things at once, and ignoring the rest.
だから気楽だし距離感も近いけど傷つくことも簡単なの。
She frowned for a moment, but then an expression appeared on her face that was halfway between a smile and a sob.
西条くんは初めてなのにすんごく上手だよ。コズピーとビビビが合うの。
Beep, beep, beep. Maybe she was saying we were on the same wavelength.
そう、波長波長。
Well, I was always having similar conversations in my head with Seiratan. Maybe that was why.
でもあの時の西条くんは怖かったの。ピー。
Then,
今日の朝教室で。
crap. Come to think of it, I had some really weird, nasty delusions.
だからうひゃーって思ってつい声をかけちゃったのら。本当はなるべくこの力を他の人に知られ れないようにしようって決めてたのに。
No, I was kind of in a bad place then. And well, it was just a delusion. Yeah, most people would find that disgusting.
きっとそれを本当にやってたらコズピーは西条くんを殺してたよ。
The gap between her tone and her words made me shiver. We walked through Center Street silently, talking to each other in our minds, and headed out to Inokashira Street. If you didn't know the truth, you might think from the way that we were walking along silently without really looking at each other that we were a couple that had just started dating. Kozubi let out a gasp next to me. Her eyes went wide as she looked up at me. No, it was just a hypothetical.
西条くんにラブラブだ告白されたかと。
Sorry. It's hard when somebody can hear your every thought. It was probably best to keep my delusions to a minimum when talking to Kozupi.
聞きたいな。先週の西条くんがテレビに出てた時のこと。
You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
それ決めつけ。うぐー。コズピーはあの時下にいたんだよ。
Below.
スクランブル交差点、ハチ公口の改札前、ちょうど通りかかって。あの時ずっと声聞こえてたよ。西条くんの声。ナナミさんを助けたい、助けなきゃって聞こえたよ。
My thoughts carried that far. There was a pretty big distance between the roof of O-Front and the turnstiles at the station.
それだけあの時の西条くんの思いは強かったのだ。
Stream Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
I will get more water once the ads start in a minute. Thank you, Stream Elements. So, you would know then. You would know I wasn't up there pretending to be a psychic for attention.
だから価値はなくないよ。お？なく
But in the end, I failed. I chose to save my own life instead of saving hers. I ran away at the last minute. Kozubi stopped right in front of the Roft building. She pointed at the entrance as she looked at me. This was, evidently, the place she had wanted to take me. Roft was a store that sold cosmetics, kitchenware, and little knickknacks. I couldn't imagine there being any place to rest there. It was a cramped space that was filled with people. My legs were shaking. The cheers and angry yells I had heard that night in Scramble Crossing started to echo in my head. I didn't want to go anywhere with so many people around. If I went inside the Roft, there would be nowhere to run. Okie dokie, we have our water. We're going to get ready. We have our water and we're ready, Freddy. Okay.
大丈夫だよ。
She ignored my fear and headed inside. I had no choice but to quickly follow, trying my best not to look at the people around me. When we got on the up escalator, Kosubi turned around to look at me. She was a step above me, but she was so tiny we were at about the same height.
ナナミちゃんは助かったんだよね。だったら西条くんが頑張ったおかげだよ。
I hadn't been the one to save her. I hadn't really done anything.
屋上から手を伸ばしてたよね。何をしようとしたの？ビョーンって飛ぼうとしたのかな？
No, I was trying to get a sword. It's made out of delusions, and I could kind of see it from up there on the roof.
理想度？
Yeah, that's right. They said if I stretched out my hand, I could grab it, but it didn't work.
なんで？
I suddenly shouted aloud. A couple on the down escalator up opposite us glared at me, and I quickly put my hand over my mouth. Kozupi, how do you know about the D swords?
コズピーも持っているもん。
We got off the escalator at the 5th floor, and Kozupi casually raised her right hand above her head. It was just like she was trying to block out the brightness of the sun. Suddenly, a light appeared in midair next to her hand. No, it wasn't a light. It was a line. You could say it looked like a wire frame. Rays of light overlapped in what had only been a moment ago an empty space, forming something that looked like a snowboard. Then rays of blue light, brighter than the rays of the wire frame, streamed out of it. Kozubi closed her opened hand. What had been a wire frame instead became a heavy cold slab of metal, like somebody had pasted textures on it.
理想度？
It looked completely different than the ones Ayase and Senna had, but it kind of had the same intensity about it. It was far too malevolent to be a simple board, and far too unadorned to be a sword. It combined an innocent ferocity with a destructive beauty, and she held it above her like it weighed nothing at all. That thing was too big to be swinging around indoors. There were other people around her, too. If she hurt someone, it could be really bad. Watching her hold it made me feel like I was going to have a heart attack. Whether she knew of my worries or not, Kozupi lowered the blade from above her head and began to spin. She looked like she was having the time of her life.
これがコズピーの剣だよ。悪い人をやっつけるのら。
Beats up the bad people. Something about her words made my heart start beating faster. Something was wrong. That's when I remembered the smell of blood. I remembered how I had seen those DQNs lying in puddles of their own blood.
あんなひどいことする人たちは死んで当然だよ。プンプン。
So they were dead after all.
生きてる価値もないけど、あんなゴキゴキな人たちは。
Rochi Roach age.
ゴキブリはあ、殺したかったな。
I could tell exactly how her heart was feeling when she said those words. There wasn't any malice inside her. As far as she was concerned, she was just giving bad people what they deserved, and there was nothing wrong with that at all.
最近渋谷はますます物騒だよ。昨日も怖そうなゴキゴキ男たちに拉致されそうになっちゃったから、ドカドカドカーンってしてやったのら。
She might be twisted too, in a different way than me.
西条くん、こっちです。
Kozubi started walking again, carrying the huge D-sword in her hands. She was tiny, with thin arms. She looked so weak, and yet she didn't seem to struggle at all with the heavy-looking weapon. Many times the blade came close to slamming into a shelf or a nearby shopper, and each time I covered my eyes, but miraculously it didn't hit anyone. We ended up in a stairwell. It was dimly lit, and unlike the rest of the floor we were on, there was nobody here at all. Nobody came by either. It was shocking to me that just 5 minutes from Shibuya Station, and inside the Roft building, one of the most famous stores in Japan, there was a space that could be this empty.
ロフトだけじゃないのだ。デパートの階段って全然人がいないの。
I had lived in Shibuya for almost 2 years and didn't know that. How had she figured it out in just a few weeks? I mean, it's just common sense, really. What people would use the stairs, who would be healthy like that? It's much more convenient just to use escalators.
コズピーは
And fun.
東京に来てから毎日渋谷を歩き回ってたのら。それで見つけたの。憩いの場所だよ。
Kozubi sat down on the steps, clearly in a good mood. She casually sat the D-sword down next to her. The pain in my side was getting too much for me to bear, so I decided to take a rest.
それで景色とか模様とか見ると別のものが見えたりしないかな。ゾウさんとかウサギさんとかライオンさんとか。一番おーって思ったのはオオサンショウウオさんに見えてた時。
What was she talking about?
理想度の話ですよ。うっぶー。何かの模様とか景色とか見ると動物さんとかいろんな形に見えることがあって。
That? Yeah, I had seen that before. I had tried to see something like that on top of the O-front building and succeeded. I had seen the D-sword blended in with the scenery.
はいピンポンです。コズピーが最初に見えた時はハムポンポンが死んじゃった時。
Ham Pon Pon?
小学生の時飼ってたハムスター。ほいでハムポンポンのお墓を作ってあげようって土手に行ったのら。でもスコップ忘れてお墓作れなくてふみゃーって泣いていたらお空にこの剣の形が見えた。それからはいろんなところでよく見るようになったのら。
How did you get it, though? I had found it, but I couldn't grab it. No matter how much I reached out, I couldn't touch it or grab it.
ただ願ったんだよ。
Wished. You wished to get the sword. But I did that too. Kozubi looked up at me, softly shaking her
違
head.
うのら。願ったのはね、殺してやりたいっていうこと。
I could hear the voice of her mind clearly within my own. I hadn't mistaken it. I had heard exactly what she had said. My wish was to kill. She had said it with a smile, too. The stairs leading up from the 5th floor of the Roft building to its 6th floor were very quiet. You could only faintly hear the music coming from the shops. She didn't say a word, and neither did I. I could hear somebody's breath loudly in my ears. Was it hers? No, it was mine. A staircase where nobody came. A blind spot in the dead center of Shibuya. An air pocket. I gulped down saliva to wet my suddenly parched throat.
そう願いながらミューって空見たらまた剣が見えて、でもその時まで剣とは思ってなかったよ。なんだかガキーンってしたものって思ってた。あれでブーンってやったら殺せるかなって無意識に手を伸ばしたら本当につかめたのら。
And then, what happened? What did you do?
殺そうとしたけどできなかった。コズピーの力じゃ半殺しにするのが精一杯だったのです。
This girl was broken.
壊れてないよ。ここに剣あるもん。
She was gazing lovingly at the sword next to her. I could tell from the way she was looking at it that she had complete trust in it. Her mind was telling me the same thing. Maybe I couldn't get the D-sword unless I was broken too. Wait, did this mean I wasn't broken already?
この剣が怖くて仕方なかった。
That's what she had thought until she came to Tokyo. But now she felt differently. Now it was something precious, something very important to her. As long as she had the sword, there was nothing to be scared of. The sword would protect her. The sword was her heart. It was her other self. It was about 3 weeks ago that she had changed her mind. Kozui had always had the power to hear what other people were thinking. She couldn't remember anymore when she had first realized she had it. She had thought she had gone crazy, or that she was sick. In her own childish way, she had thought that she couldn't let anybody find out. She hadn't told anybody, not even her parents. Because of her power, she couldn't make any friends. It created a rift between her and her family, too. All the people around her started to think she was creepy, that her intuition was a little too good. Even after coming to Shibuya, she had been scared to go to school. She hadn't wanted to talk to anybody. She had thought they would just find her creepy again. The first day she was supposed to go to school, and the day after that, and even the day after that, she would skip school and spend the day wandering around Shibuya instead. She knew the school must have contacted her parents. They must have known Kozui wasn't going. But the two of them didn't say anything to her at all. Kozui looked young enough to be mistaken for a middle schooler, and yet unlike back home in the countryside, nobody stopped her when she was out in the middle of the day. She had spent days wandering around Shibuya. She had found her little peaceful spot in the Roft stairwell, and every day she would go up there to sit. One day she had spent almost 4 hours there, until the sun finally began to set. Then she had left Roft to go home. Raindrops were pouring from the dull gray sky. She hadn't brought an umbrella, but she neither looked up at the sky nor seemed to care about getting wet. She simply headed home through the rain on unsteady feet. Then she saw something in the corner of her eye. It was a sign that read, "The end is near." The handwritten text was blurring in the rain. Holding the board was a homeless man, sitting unobtrusively on the side of the road in the middle of the pouring rain. His head was slumped forward, and she couldn't see his expression. He might have been dead. The way he looked reminded her of how she had looked sitting in the loft stairwell. She stopped. For a moment she hesitated. She had never met this man, and had never even seen a homeless person until she came to Tokyo. He looked repulsive. She was scared that if she talked to him, something horrible might happen to her. But there was another desire that won out over her fear, a desire to kill him. It was such a sudden, strong impulse that she thought if she obeyed it, she might be able to kill herself too. So, after a short moment's hesitation, she spoke to him with the voice in her mind.
世界は終わるの？
Suddenly his shoulders twitched. He wasn't dead after all. He slowly raised his head. His cloudy eyes peered through his soaked hair as he looked up at her.
ああ、終わるよ。
Kozui's eyes went a little wide with surprise. Not at being told that the world would end, but at the fact that the man had replied to her. She hadn't expected a reply. Most people she spoke to like this either tried to convince themselves they were hearing things, or got scared and quickly left. Even if she did succeed in communicating with somebody, it was hard for them to send back such a straightforward, understandable reply. Doing so was difficult. Human thought was disordered and random. But the man hadn't seemed surprised at all. Instead, he had given her a short, simple answer. Through his voice, she could feel a deep sadness filling his heart. His heart was crying. That's how it felt to her.
君は剣を持っているね。
どうしてわかるの？
君のような子を他にも知っているから。
She put her hand above her head and summoned her D sword. She pointed the blade at him.
この剣が見えるの？
見えないよ。
じゃあどうしてわかるの？
おじさんが悪い人だからだよ。すまない。
どうして謝るの？
おじさんのせいなんだ。
どうしておじさんのせいなの？
忠告しかできないから。動き出してしまったから。もうおじさんには止める術がないから。
じゃあおじさんを殺せばコズピーは悪くなくなるの？
その剣は君を殺す者にも守る者にもなる。思い出してごらん。空を見れば雲が、川を見れば流れが、そこにあったはず。それと同じこと。その剣はいつも君のそばにあった。自分自身の心を見てごらん。そこにあるのがその剣なんだよ。
でも殺したいって願ったらこれが手元にあったんだよ。この剣はコズピーとコズピーの周囲にあるあらゆるものを殺すためのものじゃないの？
負の感情は否定されるものじゃない。 人が誰しも持つものだからね。特別じゃないんだ。どう向き合うかだよ。目をそらしてはいけない。自分を否定してはいけない。世界は共造。君の心の中にある性は同時にふとなりうるし、その逆もまた可能。世界が終わるのか、生き続けるのか、それを選べるのは君たちだけなんだ。
In the end, she hadn't killed the man. The desire to do so receded as they spoke. She didn't understand what the man was trying to say, but she thought and thought as hard as she could, and finally reached a conclusion. The sword was her. She had looked at it without denying it, and it had saved her. That's why she had come to depend on it in her own pure-hearted way. Something in Kozupi's story made me curious. Who was that man? A homeless man with a big sign. It felt like I'd seen him a few times before, too. Were they the same person? What I couldn't figure out is how the guy would know about the D-swords. Maybe the D-swords were famous in Japan, and I just didn't know it. No, there was no way. I looked over at Kozupi. Her expression was so calm and peaceful. It was hard to believe she had been talking about killing people a moment ago. She ran her fingers softly along the surface of the D sword.
そういえば、あのおじさん、別れ際にこんなこと言ってたのら。君たちは特別な存在だ。中でも一番特別なのは、その目、誰の目を産み落とした少年らしいんだって。
I was stunned. What did that mean?
西条くん、心当たりあるの？
いや、別に。
嘘ら。心は正直なんだよ。西条くんは今、ものすごく関係ありますって考えてる。
Crap. It's hard when somebody knows your every thought.
なんか怖い顔になってる。その目、誰の目って西条くんが最初に考えたの？
I bit my lip and stood up. I pulled out the tissues I had stuffed in my nose. The blood had stopped. Kozupi was looking up at me, confused.
どこへ？
I'm going home. My side still hurt, but I walked down the stairs instead of using the escalator or the elevator. That way I was able to avoid the crowds on my way out. Kozupi followed me hesitantly at a distance, looking like she was about to cry.
コズピー、何か怒らせるようなこと言ったかな？
I ignored Kozupi's question and tried my hardest to think. This homeless man that Kozupi had met, was he working with Shogun? Otherwise, why would he bring up Whose Eyes Are Those? Who was the boy they were talking about who had created Whose Eyes Are Those? Me? No, that couldn't be right. I wasn't a special boy. I wasn't a hero. I couldn't even get the D sword. I wanted to be just an ordinary person, an NPC even. I didn't want to be special. I never wanted to go through anything like what happened at Ofront again. But then who was he talking about? I could think of only one possibility. The true new Jin killer, Shogun. He might have looked like an old man, but he had the voice and figure of a young boy. And there was something clearly weird about him, too. He was special. 2 of the 6 new Jin cases had involved the message, "Whose eyes are those?" It was a phrase I had only ever used in my head. What could this seemingly innocuous phrase mean? Did it hide the reason that Shogun was after me? Should I try looking for that homeless man? He should be somewhere in this city. He was probably still carrying the sign with the weird message on it, too. What would I do if I found him? I stopped, and then I shook my head and rejected the idea. What good would it do to find him? I might just be putting myself in more danger. He might be one of Shogun's servants, trying to lure me into a trap. What if I went to find the guy and triggered another quest? I had experienced more than enough fear and pain already. It was probably the same for Kozupi. Why had she come to me with the ability to speak directly into my mind right now? Maybe she was like Yua and taking orders from Shogun. From all that stuff she had said about killing, or almost killing, people, she might even be involved with the new Jin murders. And Rimi had disappeared after the incident at O-Front. She had stopped contacting me. Ayase was in the hospital after a failed suicide attempt. Nanami was safe, but the 2 people who were my allies were gone. Was there any guarantee that Rimi would come back? Was it even true that she had just stopped coming to school? I only had Kozupi's word for that, and I couldn't tell if Kozupi was lying or not. I could feel the hairs on my body begin to stand up on end. My world was just an empty, desolate place. I had nothing to believe in. Everything seemed like a lie.
それは被害妄想なのら。
Kozupi was standing right behind me. Her internal voice was as happy as ever. She was carrying her wicked-looking D-sword in her hands and looking up at me innocently. I looked away. Are you on my side or my enemy? Which? Did you come to kill me?
コズピはただ
Just? Kozupi suddenly let out a weird shout. I looked up in surprise to see that she wasn't looking at me, but waving her hand off in a random direction. Did she say Senna? Don't tell me. I followed where she was looking, and sure enough,
小杖か
Senna Aoe was walking towards us, holding a D-sword and looking like she was in an extremely bad mood. I tensed up and got ready to run. What was Senna doing here? Was this another coincidence? Or a carefully planned trap? Did the 2 of them know each other? If so, had Kozupi called her? Maybe so the 2 of them could kill me together.
だからそれは被害妄想だよ。
But I don't know what to believe in. I had met Senna several times, and she had never tried to hurt me. But that didn't mean she wasn't my enemy. And she was scary.
セナさんは怖くないよ。
ちょ
Kozupi, don't say that where she can hear it.
怖い何のことだ
Just like I thought, Senna could hear Kozupi's voice too.
なんでもないです。
I was freaking out, but Kozupi looked really happy. She was still staring at the ground, but she was smiling as she tugged at the hem of Senna's shirt. The sight of the 2 of them was so heartwarming that I started to feel stupid for being nervous. They were like sisters, the strong-willed big sister and the timid little sister who looked up to her more than anyone else in the world. and they both had flat chests. Good job. No, wait. Don't think that. Kozubi will hear you again, and if you're not careful, you could easily die here. What was the deal with these two? Did they know each other from school? But they were in different grades. Maybe they were both connected by the fact that they had the swords, or maybe they both worked for a shogun. I got into a cat's paw stance so I could run at any moment. Specifically, I stood up on my tiptoes. Supposedly, this made it so you could run really fast. Like a cat, I guess. I had read about it in a manga once.
セナさんはね、コズピーが東京に来てから最初のお友達なのら。ね。
Senna didn't answer. Instead, she just glared at me. I thought she might attack me with a sword in her hand, but she didn't do anything. She didn't seem really upset that I called her scary either.
小杖、どうしてこいつと？
たくみちゃんはクラスメートです。
She sounded really excited about it.
ほいでね、たくみちゃんはコズピーの剣が見えるんだよ。
それは知っている。こいつもギガロマニアックスだ。
A gigolo? What?
ギガロマニアックス。理想度が見える人のこと。
I wonder if the person who made this game knew what a gigolo was, and if they did that on purpose.
たくみちゃんもそうだよ。
Gigalomaniac. Who the hell had picked that name? And if it had a name, did that mean it was more common than I thought it was?
セナさんはガルガリ君買いに行くとこなんですね。
それは。
Evidently, Kozubi had read Senna's mind. Come to think of it, Senna had been eating a Garugari Kun bar the last time we met, too. It was almost winter. With the weather this cold, I couldn't understand why anybody would want to eat popsicles. She must really like them.
ほいじゃあ、みんなで一緒に行きましょう。
I heard Kozubi's voice speak in my head as she playfully grabbed Senna's hand and started to walk.
たくみちゃんも早く。
あ、いや、僕は。
I turned to leave, but suddenly Kozubi's eyes were filled with tears. She silently pleaded to me with her wet eyes. Next to her, Senna was looking like she was ready to bite my head off.
ついてこい。お前にもおごってやる。
From the look of it, Senna was weak to Kozubi's teary eyes attack too. She motioned to me, reluctantly, and we started heading toward the convenience store right behind the police box. We each bought a Garugari Kun, and the two of them sat down on the railings in front of the police box and began to nibble on their popsicles. Kozubi looked really happy. Senna looked straight-faced. I was on the verge of passing out from fear. There was a cop right in front of the police box. But the girls didn't seem concerned in the slightest that they were violating Japan's laws against deadly weapons right in front of his face. And what was the cop's problem? I could see the two giant swords right in front of his face just fine, but instead of arresting them, he was ignoring them.
食べないの？
Since Kozubi was watching, I had no choice but to start nibbling on my Garugari Kun. I was intensely focused on where the people around us were looking. Senna and Kozubi were cute. The sight of two cute, flat-chested sisters and a creepy otaku like me, standing out in the winter cold and eating popsicles, was so surreal that we were sure to stand out. Or was I being paranoid after all? I could still hear the chuckles of my classmates. Was I hearing things? Was I imagining them? I didn't want to stand out. I didn't want to be seen. I was scared of other people's gazes. I should have worn a hat. I wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. I decided the fastest way to do this was to chow down on my popsicle. As I did, though, my body started to freeze. This was definitely going to give me diarrhea later. And weren't the two of them cold?
で、梢、なぜこいつと一緒なんだ？
こいつじゃなくてたくみさんですよ。たくみさんが悪い人にいじめられてて倒れてたのら、だからコズピーが解放してあげたの。
Did she nurse me?
ディソードを使ったの？
殺したかったとかバキって。
Kozubi tried to mimic the motion of killing someone with her hands. But since one hand was holding the huge D-sword, she had to do it with the other. And of course, the other hand held her Garugari-kun. Her popsicle, which she hadn't taken a single bite of, flew out of her hand in a perfect arc. Then it landed on the ground and shattered. Kozubi looked at the remains of her popsicle with tears in her eyes.
うかつな真似は避けろと言っただろう。
ごめんなさい。もったいないお化けが出ちゃう。
アイスのことじゃない。ディソードのことだ。
Senna handed Kozupi her half-eaten Garugari-kun. Evidently, she was giving it to her. Kozupi smiled through her tears and bobbed her head in thanks. I didn't realize that Senna could be so nice. That was surprising.
でも悪い人には罰ゲームをするのが当たり前だよ。
Who was it who had hurt those thugs so badly? Was it Kozupi? Or was it me?
たくみさんセナさんはね、すごく何でも知ってるんだよ。ディソードっていう名前もセナさんに教えてもらったのら。あとリアルブータ、あれれブッダ
リアルブート。
あ、そうそう。
What was that? I had never heard that word before. Or that Gigalo-what's-it word, for that matter.
リアルブートしてない件は誰にも見えなかったはずなのにね。セナさんにだけ見えてたの。リソードが見える人に会ったの、セナさんが初めてだったんだ。その時はおひゃーって思って、なんで見えるんですかって聞いちゃった。ギガロマニアックスだからなんだって。
ギガロマニアックスって何なの？
さっき言ったのら。剣が見える人だよ。
No, I meant more specifically, like, how does it work?
ディラックの海に干渉できる力を持つもの。
Dirac C, a concept in quantum physics proposed by physicist Paul Dirac, which describes an unobservable soup of every kind of particle, found distributed equally all throughout the universe. Part of whole theory, which is related to the wave equation that ties together quantum physics and relativity. Dirac defined a vacuum as a space packed tightly with negative charged elementary particles, to the point where no new negative energy particles could be created. This vacuum is the Dirac sea.
それがギガロマニアックスだ。
Senna answered instead.
ディラックの海。
Senna glanced at me contemptuously when I didn't recognize the term. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm actually pretty smart, you know. I vaguely remembered the Dirac Sea being some concept in quantum physics.
負のエネルギーでいっぱいに満たされた観測不能の境界面とかだっけ。
大雑把に言えばそんなようなものだ。そしてそこに干渉するための端末がディソード。ディラックの海に突っ込んだパイプの先端と考えればいい。ディラックの海とつながっているからディソードも負の物質で構成されている。無限に崩壊している存在なんだ。
Negative matter, matter whose weight is lighter than zero. Negative matter is impossible to observe. All matter in the universe has a minimum amount of energy required for it to exist in a stable state. If that amount were to go below zero, the matter would enter a state of infinite continual collapse.
だから普段は普通の人間には触れることも見ることもできない妄想のようなものでしかない。このディソードこそあらゆるリアルブートのためのショートカット的役割を果たす。ディソードとディラックの海とのチャネルを大きくすることでディラック方程式の空港理論によって追生成が起き粒子と反粒子を作り出せる。
The Dirac equation, derived by physicist Paul Dirac, gave puzzling indications of the existence of electrons with negative energy, which had not been thought to exist until that point. Hole theory, the theory which describes the Dirac sea, was introduced to explain this anomaly. The Dirac sea is thought to be impossible to observe under normal circumstances. It is a space filled with infinitely collapsing matter, and is thus invisible to the eye. However, applying a large amount of energy to the Dirac sea's vacuum boundary would cause the vacuum to temporarily collapse. Negative energy electrons would then turn into positive energy electrons and pierce through the boundary. Successful observation of these electrons would prove the existence of the Dirac sea. Pair production, a phenomenon seen when a large amount of energy collides with an atomic nucleus, and a particle and antiparticle are created. In Dirac's hole theory, this means the collapse of a vacuum. When a particle and antiparticle collide, pair annihilation occurs. Elementary particles are the smallest particles that make up matter. It should be noted, however, that this term is not strictly defined. A particle whose charge is opposite that of another is said to be its antiparticle. Dirac's hole theory predicted that pair production at the hole in a vacuum boundary would create antiparticles, positively charged electrons.
この粒子がギガロマニアックスが生み出す妄想、世界にとってのエラー。そのエラーを現実とするには作り出した粒子を他人のデッドスポットに送り込めばいい。粒子は即座に電気信号に変換され、周囲の人間に共通の認識、現実として成立する。逆に消したいときは粒子を送り込んだデッドスポットに今度は反粒子を送り込み追消滅してやればいい。
Come to think of it, Senna had said something earlier similar before.
世界の仕組みは3つの数字で全て説明できる。0と1、そしてマイナス1。ディソードはそのマイナス1を生み出すためのショートカットになる。
This was starting to make my head hurt.
周囲の人間に共通の認識となると妄想が現実になるってどういうこと？
例えばお前が今手にしているガルガリ君、お前にはどう見える？
どうって水色をしたアイス。
その水色のアイスは本当に現実だと証明できるか？
What else could it be but a Garugari-kun? You could recognize it instantly by its distinctive color. If you ate it, it would feel cold. This should be common sense, but...
人は目で見たものを脳が認識して初めてそれが水色のアイスと理解できる。でも脳が本人の意識しないままに嘘をついている可能性だってあるんだぞ。脳が生み出した自分一人だけがそう思い込んでいる妄想かもしれないんだ。
じゃあどうやって現実だって証明するの？
他の人もお前の持っているものが水色のアイスであると観測すれば、それは2人以上の人間の共通の認識となる。お前一人だけの妄想じゃなくなるんだ。妄想を現実にするときにはそれを逆説的に捉えればいい。
So, in other words, you could create a delusion in your own mind. And using the particles created by the D-Sword, force the other people around you to see it, thereby making it real. And I had this power too.
ウズピさっぱり。とにかくこの剣は普通の人には見えないの。
Kozupi gave the Garugari-kun back to Senna and suddenly ran out toward the street. For some reason, she began to swing the D-Sword at the people around her.
やめ！
I covered my eyes. She had finally revealed her true nature. Kozupi was actually an insane killer. The street must be covered in blood right now. One thwack with that gigantic sword, and you would be sliced in two. Kozupi would be arrested on the spot. We were right in front of a police box after all. The cops would have seen the whole thing.
そんなことにはなってないよ。
Why was it so quiet? She had just killed people with a sword in broad daylight in the middle of Shibuya. But nobody was screaming. I couldn't hear any cops shouting either. I slowly opened my eyes. Nothing had happened. Kozupi was still swinging around the sword, though now she looked a little embarrassed. It was colliding with other people, with railings, with the ground, but nothing happened. It wasn't cutting anything. In fact, the sword was going right through it all, as if everything around it was just an illusion. No, that wasn't right. It was the other way around. The sword was what didn't exist. The people around her weren't reacting at all. They couldn't see it.
イソードは妄想の剣なのだ。
Ayase had said something similar once, actually. She had said that only those with the power could see the sword. Next to me, Senna sighed in annoyance and nibbled on her Garikun.
あのディソードは今は梢の作ったエラーでしかない。周囲共通認識はまだ成立していない。
リアルブートしたらみんなに見えるようになるのです。
Real booting. That would be when you send particles into other people's dead spots, right? Not that I was sure what a dead spot
ズ
was.
シャーってしたり、ドガーってできるようにもなるよ。
I would like it a lot more if she used words instead of sound effects. But I kind of got the basic idea. Swash was probably swinging the sword, and Kerthwag would be hitting with it. What was she swinging at, and what was she hitting? Was Kozubi really doing something so scary? And did I have that power too? No, I wasn't special. I'm not a gigalomaniac, whatever that is. That's why I couldn't get my D-Sword.
剣は見えたよね。だからそのうち 匠さんもモテるの。
I can't. Even when all that stuff was happening at O-Front, I couldn't get it. I could see it, but I didn't know how to grab it.
どうやって手に入れるかっていうと。
Kozuki looked at Senna expectantly. Senna sighed again.
バイオリズムの上昇によって中脳変影系ニューロンのドーパミンが過剰分泌された時、ディソードは現れる。
Neuron, also called brain cells or nerve cells, cells which specialize in information processing. Nerve impulses travel outside these cells, sending various types of information throughout the body.
それは危機的な状況や興奮、悲しみ、憎しみ、笑いなど人それぞれだ。ドーパミン分泌量が多ければそれだけ観測しやすくなる。
匠さん、そういうことなのら。
Senna's knowledge was incredible. It was possible that she was incredibly smart. Actually, she knew so much that there might be an entire field of study about this. Call it gigalomaniacology, or something. I could almost guarantee that no other teenage girl in Japan could talk about such complicated things and use such technical terms. Where had she learned all this? Why did I keep meeting all these mysterious people? Somebody, please give me an answer. I'm tired of thinking. It made me feel sick knowing only a few hints but nothing that really mattered. But I didn't feel like looking into it myself, because none of these people were normal. Bitterly, I took the last bite from the melted Garugari-kun popsicle.
当たりだ。
Near the bottom of the stick, I could see the word winner. Kozuki had come back and was now looking at the stick in my hands.
大した運だな。
セナさん、自分も当たりが出て欲しかったって羨ましがってるのら。
そんなことは思っていない。
I don't think you can fool Kazuki like that. She knows exactly what you're thinking.
セナさんはいつも当たりが出ないかなとワクワクしながらガルガリ君を食べてるのら。当たりを引いたのはどれくらい
？1割3分の何。
She had calculated it really precisely. She must have kept a running tally with each one she ate. Senna finished her Garugari-kun. She glared at her stick and grunted. I could tell from the look on her face that she wasn't a winner.
よかったらどうぞ。
I nervously offered her the winning popsicle stick.
他人に施しを受けるつもりはない。私は自分の可能性を試しているだけだ。
でも本心では欲しいって言ってるね。
あげますよ。僕アイスはあんまり食べないし。
断る。
She wasn't even slightly interested. What a rude woman, turning down somebody's kind offer like that. Or was this just her being a tsundere? It's not Moe if it's 3D. Understand?
ほいじゃあこうしようよセナさん。この間2人で一緒にお勉強した渋谷言葉を言ってくれたらたくみさんが当たり棒をあげるそうです。
いらないと言っているだろう。
いいから早く楽しい時に言う言葉っていうか超楽しくて
Stream
マジやば
elements.
い
Said, stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
What? D, Q, and like words. They were also like a decade out of date, too. Had the two of them been studying that? It was kind of cute in a way, but...
渋谷に馴染むためなのら。ささ、セナちゃん。
無理。今は無理だ。
無理じゃない。
無理だ。
Kozupi silently stared at Cinna with tears in her eyes. Even Cinna couldn't resist that.
っていうか、超楽しくて、マジやばい。ちょべりぐ。
相変わらずセナちゃんは片言ですね。
Senna had started blushing and was turning away from me. I felt like I had just seen something very rare and precious. This was the complete opposite of all the complicated theories she had been spewing a moment ago. All hail dare mode. I had just seen a new possibilities in 3D girls. Good job, Kozubi. As promised, I gave Cinna that winning stick. She took it with less resistance than I had been expecting.
礼は言わないから。
She very pointedly picked up her D sword again and glared at me before looking back down at her feet. Why did she have to glare at me after I had done something nice for her? Dealing with Cinna was always such a pain. I wish she would just stay in dare mode all day.
それよりお前。
たくみさんですよ。
たくみさんなの？
違う。シャンはつけなくても。
名前は？
I was pretty sure I had given it to her before, but evidently she had forgotten it.
西条匠です。
だったら西条。もうこれ以上エラーを作るのはやめておけ。
は？
なんで？剣は自分の心なのら否定しちゃダメ。コズピーはこの剣のおかげで助かったよ。
Only here because of the sword? What had happened in her past? I was also curious about that wish to kill she had mentioned before, too.
妄想を現実にする行為にはリスクがつきまとう。粒子と共に追生成される反粒子はディソードにストックされていくんだ。反粒子は数学的に言えば過去へ向かうものだから。ストックすればするほどギガロマニアックスには現在の状態とのズレが発生し、やがてその矛盾により存在としての自己崩壊へ至る。
Please to speak Japanese. Okay, thanks.
小杖もあまりディソードを出すのをやめるんだ。普通に生活していきたいなら私の忠告を聞け。これはお前たちの命に関わる話だ。
Senna didn't seem to be joking. She didn't seem like the type who ever joked.
ましてや西条。お前はディソードなしでリアルブートした。本来ならそんなことできるはずがないんだ。リラックの海にはディソードを通してしか干渉できないんだから。お前は普通じゃない。奴らに目をつけられてもおかしくない。
奴らって。
ギガロマニアックスの力を悪用しようとしている連中がいる。
それって将軍？
知らない。誰だそれは。
Kozupi, did Senna just lie to me?
ついてないよ。
西条。将軍とは誰だ？
The coldness in her voice made me shudder. Suddenly, I couldn't look her in the eye. She grabbed me by the collar. It hurt to breathe. Why did she have to be so violent? Did I do something wrong?
そいつは40代ぐらいの男か。
違うよ。小さなじいさんだよ。
Senna immediately let go.
そいつもギガロマニアックスなのか。
わからない。でもニュージェネの真犯人だよ。
真犯人だと。
Senna put her fingers up to her chin and began to think. The mood had suddenly turned sour. I felt a strange, indescribable fear. Senna knew something. But what? Who were these people who were trying to use the power of the Gigalomaniacs for evil? Suddenly, Kozupi's cheerful voice broke the silence. I looked to see where she was pointing. It was the arcade next to the police box. If she wanted to take a picture there, that could only mean exactly what I thought it did.
いや、僕は。
セナさん、横見てたらダメです。
私はこういうのは。
コズピーだって初めてなのだ。ドキドキ。
Kozupi began tapping the buttons on the photo booth's console. A voice came from the screen before Senna and I could get ready. The photo it took didn't show the D swords. Kozupi smiled and waved a little as she disappeared beyond the turnstiles. Senna and I watched her go. I would have preferred that she didn't leave me alone with Senna. But from the look of things, she wasn't ready to leave Shibuya yet. Was she going to wander around here, like she always did? I wanted to head home immediately, but first, there was something I needed to ask this professor of Gigalomaniacology. Senna just ignored me, frowning. She was a little better when Kozupi was around, but she was still so hard to deal with. My heart was pounding fast, but I figured she had to at least be hearing me, so I asked my question.
コズピーの心の声もギガロマニアックスの能力なの？
I wasn't expecting an answer. I assumed she would just give me a and that would be the end of it. Senna gave me a glance before looking out over the big TVs at Scramble Crossing.
心の声はいわば妄想だ。
She actually answered.
梢はそれを他人のデッドスポットに送り込んでいるに過ぎない。仕組みはさっき説明したものと何も変わらない。送り込んだ粒子を映像ではなく音声に変換しているんだ。電話と同じだな。そして梢から心の声という妄想を送り込まれたことで、お前と梢の間で周囲共通認識が成立したんだ。テレパシーで会話しているように思えるが、全然違う。
だったら僕の心の声はどうしてコズピーに届いたの？
I certainly wasn't sending any delusions into her dead spots, or whatever. It should be one-way communication, but we were able to talk to each other regardless.
ギガロマニアックスは他人の妄想を見ることができる。梢は特にその能力が高い。他人が垂れ流す妄想をほぼ強制的に見せられていると言ってもいい。
Seeing delusions. Was that possible? I couldn't do that, so maybe I wasn't a gigalomaniac after all. Senna's eyes suddenly became distant as she turned her gaze from the televisions to the people walking through the
ギ
crossing.
ガロマニアックスとなったものは誰だろうと一度は壊れているんだよ。
壊れたって何が？
心がだ。梢は東京に来る前、奴らに追い詰められて心を壊した。
Senna began to tell me what Kozupi had experienced before coming to my school. When she first met Kozupi, she had seen what had happened, like a video. Kozui had always had the strange ability to read other people's minds. She had managed, with great effort, to come to terms with her power and hide it from other people, and lead something of a normal life. Then the mirrors appeared. After she started high school, Kozui started seeing mirrors everywhere. At first she thought it was just a coincidence. It only happened maybe twice a day. But then, as time passed, it happened more and more. She would run into people holding mirrors more than 10 times a day. The encounters themselves were nothing special. A person on the street would be holding a mirror. A classmate would be doing their makeup in the bathroom. But whether it was coincidence or deliberate, it always seemed to end up that she would see her reflection in them. And eventually, the ones with the mirrors, both men and women, would start to laugh. They would say in their minds, "Who are you?" In the classroom, at school, on trains, when she was out shopping, she would see them everywhere she went. It wasn't any one person. In fact, it was a different person every time. But Kozui became suspicious of everyone holding a mirror, and became suspicious of everyone who was laughing. It wasn't long after that when people who weren't holding mirrors seemed to be saying, "Who are you?" She was on the verge of having a breakdown as the voices of their minds echoed in her ears again and again. One day, Kozui looked at herself in the mirror and whispered. The moment she spoke, she was terrified that she might soon no longer know who she was. There was a girl on the other side of the mirror with the same face as her, speaking back. That's when she stopped speaking. She stopped being able to look at mirrors too. But the voices asking, "Who are you?" didn't go away. She couldn't even tell whose voices they were anymore. She was like a broken fax machine that couldn't refuse incoming calls. Her power made sure that she heard others' voices, whether she wanted to or not. There was nothing she could do. Kozui's mind was falling apart. Then one day, in her second year of high school, she was staying late, cleaning up. 3 of her classmates were whispering to each other as they did their makeup, mirrors in hand. Mirrors and laughter. And then the voices asking, "Who are you?" Whether it was the voices of her 3 classmates' minds or just a hallucination. It didn't even matter anymore. As she trembled in fear, she saw herself reflected in the mirrors. Her vision went dark for a moment. Was it deliberate or chance? It didn't even matter anymore. Her mind had been under so much pressure for a year that it finally snapped. The next thing she knew, she was screaming, and a murderous instinct had overcome her. She saw the D-sword in the corner of her eye, and for the first time, she grabbed it. And then she attacked them. All 3 had their mirrors in their right hands, and within a second she had used her real booted D-sword to slice their hands off. According to my schedule, today wasn't a school day, but I had come anyway for one reason: to see Remy. I was sure my DQ and classmates would be making fun of me again. It hurt, but I would be willing to put up with it if it meant possibly seeing Remy. As I walked through the school gate, I remembered my conversation with Cinna yesterday. Before we had parted ways, Cinna said one last thing to me.
お前が望むと望まないとにかかわらず、もしこれ以上踏み込んでくるようなら、負を正にするぐらいの強い意識を持つんだな。中途半端な気持ちじゃ妄想に食われるだけだぞ。
I didn't want to get involved with anything dangerous, so I didn't ask anything more. I knew I wasn't going to get the D sword anyway, no matter how hard I tried. I wasn't a hero. I was just a loser who couldn't even protect his own little sister. But there was a chance that Shogun would come back. He seemed to be coming after me as part of some sort of game, which meant the next quest might start whenever he felt like it. That scared me. The only reason I had wanted a D-sword in the first place was because I was so scared of him. How was I supposed to protect myself from him without the sword? Have Remy stay with me? But Remy wasn't coming to school, and that worried me. What if he took Remy hostage like he did Nanami? Wasn't there anybody who could help me? It would have to be somebody who had a D-sword. Ayase was injured, so she was out of the question, and there was no way Cinna was going to help me, and Kozupi was very strange. I entered the classroom with my head down. I took a single look around the room before I sat down. First, at Remy's seat. Empty. Was she absent again today? Was she really just not coming to school, or was something more going on? I wanted to see her again, to see her cheerful face once more. Next, Kozupi. She was sitting in her seat, looking down, making herself as small as possible. I remember what Cinna had said yesterday, which more than explained why she acted that way. Morning, Kozupi. We didn't look at each other, but we exchanged greetings in our mind. The DQN girls were grinning at me. It had only been a day. The label of creepy loser otaku who made a mess on TV wasn't coming off that quickly. The DQN boys evidently weren't here yet. Those boys would often skip first period. That was more than fine by me. I sat down, and then I heard her voice as it called my name.
Taku, ohayo.
I gasped and looked up. Remy was standing in front of me. She gave me a little grin and a wave.
久しぶり。
Remy.
I wasn't imagining her. She was really here. She was breathing. Her hair bounced gently as she moved. She blinked every so often. She was really here. She was here. I felt the need to sniffle coming on. My heart felt like someone was squeezing on it hard. I felt like I was about to cry. I lifted myself up out of my chair, but then I stopped, unable to move. I'm so glad I got to see you again.
ちょっとタク、どうしたの？もしかして泣いてるの？
I shook my head as hard as I could. If my DQ and classmates saw me crying, they would make fun of me again. I told myself that I couldn't cry, but the tears just kept coming.
私に再会できて嬉しいんだ。そうでしょ。なんてね。ちょっと自意識過剰だったかな。
All I could do was keep shaking my head. I couldn't even look up at her. If I did, I would start sobbing right on the spot. Then someone slapped me on the back.
おう、タク。
It was Misumi, with an awkward expression on his face. He hadn't slapped me nearly as hard as he used to. Just yesterday he had been ignoring me. Why was he talking to me again? If he did, it would ruin his life. The DQNs in the class would bully him. That's right. Both Rimi and Misumi would be better off if they didn't talk to me at all. When I didn't respond, Misumi forced a smile onto his face.
暗いな。朝から新規臭いぜ。ま、お前はそういうやつだって分かってるけどな。
He was being as rude as ever, but it didn't feel like he was being mean. That was just how he always talked.
そういう大臣は朝から無駄に爽やかだね。
無駄にとか言うな。久々に学校来たと思ったらいきなりそれか。
じゃあ嘘くさい爽やかさ。
なたく、この言い草どう思うよ。
I gave him a vague nod. I had managed, somehow, to stop the tears. Life was back to normal, at least in terms of what was in front of me right now. The two of them didn't seem to be bothered at all by the fact that they might end up bullied by the rest of the class.
そういえば、岸本のことを聞いたか。まだ入院中らしいぜ。怪我は大したことなかったんだけど、精神的にかなり参ってるらしい。いいか、タク。女を落とすのに一番手っ取り早いのは、弱ってる時に優しくしてやることだ。というわけで俺、本気で岸本の見舞いに行こうかなと思ってんだよね。
大地最低。ブーブー。今度こそ彼女さんに刺されるよ。
お見舞いに行くだけだろ。別にやましいことじゃねえよ。
ほんの数秒前と言ってることが違うし。
そういえばタクって岸本と知り合いだったよな。な、一緒に行ってくんね。
That sounded like something Misumi would usually say. I was sure he was going to ask me about my supposed psychic powers, so I was actually kind of surprised. He kept talking a while after that. Misumi would talk, and sometimes Rimi would make smart comments, and I would just kind of nod along. It was the same as it had been before, and that made me happy. Genichi Norose stood in front of the window in the CEO's office on the top floor of the Nozomi Group building and lit his cigarette. The Nozomi Group, a massive corporate group with tight ties to the government and any number of smaller companies beneath it. Some of these child companies have begun in fields like clothing, foodstuffs, and imports, and gone on to achieve remarkable success. Norose was at the head of the group, and here he was in his castle, looking down at the scenery below him. But his mind was somewhere else, instead of enjoying the view. There was a mocking smile on his lips, but his feet were tapping impatiently on the floor.
まったく、老人たちの相手は面倒ですよ。そう思いませんか？彼らは臆病すぎる。だからこそここまでのし上がってきたとも言えるのでしょうが、利用するにもこうあれこれと横槍を入れられてはいい加減うんざりしてきますよ。現実は悲しいかな。300人委員会の影響力というものを 侮ることはできません。ただ、いずれ近いうちにそのシステムも崩壊する。世界の支配構造は組み替えられる。楽しみですか？私もですよ。ここまで随分時間がかかってしまいました。プロジェクトノア、立ち上げからすでに5年余り。
No Rose walked over to his desk. It was a heavy desk made of natural oak, with very little on top of it. The few things that were there were business related. There was, however, one object lying on its corner that was very different from the others. No Rose picked up the strange green character. He gave it a disinterested glance and tossed it in the wastebasket. His narrowed eyes were turned towards the dimly lit room. The moonlight from the window didn't reach to the far end. There was a faint sense, however, that someone was present there.
まさか君がギガロマニアックスだとは思いもよりませんでした。どうやら神すらも私の味方をしてくれているようだ。君のサンプルを取らせてもらいますよ。何？怯える必要はありません。私は元医師でしてね。インフォームのコンセントはきちんとしなければ気が済まないたちなのです。そもそもノア2のハードウェアはすでに完成しています。あと必要なのはソフトウェアの方でしてね。そのために君たちギガロマニアックスのサンプルが多く必要なのです。正確に言うならば NA シナプスに関するコードサンプル、脳の働きに指令を出す役割を果たしている部位の行動サンプルですよ。コードサンプルには個人差があります。持っている能力が高いギガロマニアックスは NA シナプスもより活性化し、脳のより広い範囲にわたって効果を及ぼします。
Synapse, a structure which is found between two nerve cells, or between a nerve cell and another type of cell, which allows for neurotransmitters to be sent or received. Under a microscope, the synapses between cells look like two clasped hands, but there's actually a gap of 20 nanometers between them. The neurotransmitters move by floating across this gap.
人間の脳は全体の10分の1しか使われていません。しかし、ギガロマニアックスは違う。残りの10分の9の部位も使っていることが分かっています。ギガロマニアックスの頭の中というのは実に興味深い。そのサンプルがノア2にとっていわば CPU の役割を果たすわけです。サンプルが多ければ多いほどノア2の能力は本物のギガロマニアックスに近づき、やがて超えるでしょう。納得してもらえましたか？結構。
No Rose nodded, satisfied, and let out a puff of cigarette smoke as he turned back toward the window. Seen up close, Shibuya was a vulgar, disgusting city. Looking at it only brought him displeasure. But high up here, he always found it a more pleasant sight. Of course, it wouldn't be long before he would never see it again, after his group's Project Noah performed its last experiment.
世界が生まれ変わる日も近い。
Lunchtime. I always skipped lunch. I hated eating by myself in the classroom. I didn't have anybody to eat with. Lately, Remy had tried inviting me to eat with her, but I was always too embarrassed to say yes. Whenever lunchtime came around, I would always leave the class and escape somewhere more peaceful. Sometimes that would be the library, sometimes the courtyard. But ever since what happened at Front, the whole school knew my face. There was no place left where I could relax. I could feel them staring at me. I could hear their laughter and insults. Like I did every other day, I walked around the school and found no escape from them anywhere. Just when I was thinking of hiding in the toilet, I saw Nanami walking away from me down the hallway to the first-year students' classrooms. She was walking back to class alone, it looked like. I realized I hadn't talked to her once since the incident. I had been avoiding her for the past week. I mean, I would have no idea what to say when I met her. I was a terrible brother. I had chosen to save my life instead of saving hers. It was nothing more than a miracle that Nanami had been released. I had done nothing at all. Maybe Shogun had told Nanami that it was my fault she had been kidnapped. If so, she would definitely be mad at me. She might hate me now, and not want to speak with me at all. I didn't have the courage to go talk to her. But after I had happened to see her, I started to get worried, even though it was way too late. Had they done anything to her? Had they hurt her? Was she okay, mentally? For a moment, the memories of that hand came back to me, but I shook my head. The severed hand, the bangle on the wrist, the phone, they were all a delusion, a very realistic delusion. I knew this for a fact because the hand had disappeared from my fridge. Instead of assuming it had disappeared, it was more natural to assume that it had never been there in the first place, especially since Nanami was alive and here at school. I started to run after her without even realizing I was doing it. She was getting closer. Nanami hadn't noticed me yet. As she walked, she played with her hair with her right hand. I went to call out to her. As she played with her hair, the sleeve around her right hand fell back a little. I gulped back my words. I stopped. I had seen something. It was something very small, almost unnoticeable, but something white, something wrapped, placed so that it wouldn't stand out. A bandage on her right wrist. Chapter 7, Psychopath. Chapter 8, IR2. Ban arrived at Frisia 30 minutes after the time Momose asked him to be there. Momose yelled at him as soon as he arrived. Ban shrugged and gave her a half-hearted smile as he walked over to her desk. He hadn't brought her any sweets today, a decision he was beginning to regret.
つばちゃんは
今日は別行動。
若い子をこき使ってバンちゃんは楽してるわけね。
いやいや、俺もちゃんとやってるよ。昨日だって徹夜でいろいろ調べてたんだぜ。おかげで最近の女子高生の生態についてはかなり詳しくなった。
あんたね、呆れて物も言えないわ。
で、こうして俺を呼びつけたってことは、あの子と連絡取れたってこと？
今来てるわ。
さすがももちゃん。ちなみに可愛い子かい
？Momose gave the grinning Ban a slap on the head. She put her wrist into it too, and it hurt pretty bad.
いつまでもバカなこと言ってんじゃないわよ、エロ親父。
冗談だって。
Ban had asked Momose for a favor. He had wanted to talk to somebody involved in the new Jin cases directly and had asked Frisia to make it happen. His questions were, for the moment, not going to be directly linked to the police investigation. He couldn't talk to her in an official capacity, at least without somehow getting the rest of the team involved. Momose headed for a corner of the office, motioning for Ban to follow her. There was a small space there, surrounded by shelves lined with files. This space served as a meeting room for talking with clients. There were 2 sofas, each with room for 2 people, and both far too big for the cramped little area. When Ban followed Momose inside, he saw a girl sitting there. She was wearing a Suimei Academy uniform. Her shoulders were slumped, and she was looking down. She looked exhausted.
ごめんね。お待たせしちゃって。
The girl looked up in surprise as Momose spoke. Her glasses slid on her nose a little, forcing her to push them back into place with her fingers.
あ、いえ、平気です。
She looked a little scared as she bowed shallowly to Ban. He was kind of hurt by this. Ban always tried his hardest to try and come off as unthreatening. He realized, though, that he must still be giving off the intimidating air of a professional police officer, though. It's something he would have to keep working on, he realized.
楠木優愛さんだね。
はい。
亡くなったミアさんの双子の姉。それで間違いないかな。
Yua flinched a little before nodding. The first new Jin case was a group dive. One of the victims who had jumped was a girl named Mia Kusunoki.
まあ、そんな緊張しなさんな。君を取り調べようなんて思っちゃねえんだ。雑談程度に思ってよ。本題に入る前に、ちょっと聞いていいかい？ゆあちゃんは妹さんが亡くなったことについてどう思う？
ちょっとバンちゃん。
あ、悪いね。職業病ってやつか。気を使うような言い方できなくってな。ただ気になってたんだ。捜査本部でも話題になってたんだが、楠木美也さんの遺族は奇妙だって。
ばあちゃん。
いえ、いいんです。
Momose had almost leapt out of her chair at Ban's rude question, but Yua herself stopped her.
私もおかしいって思いますから。
はあ。
集団ライブで飛び降りた5人には自殺する理由なんてなかった。家族や友人はみんなそう主張している。だがミアさんの家族だけは違った。
Ban took his fan out of his belt and began to wave it at his face.
何も主張しなかった。あっさり受け入れたって聞いてる。あまりに何も言わなさすぎて奇妙だったってな。なんでだい？
お父さんもお母さんもミヤちゃんが死んでからおかしくなっちゃったんです。
There was pain in her voice.
最初はミヤちゃんの事件の知らせを受けた日はそれでも泣いていたんです。お父さんもお母さんもとても辛そうでした。でも次の日の朝、なぜか2人は楽しそうに笑っていたんです。ミヤちゃんが死ぬ前と全く同じに戻ってたんです。たった1日で。私、わけがわからなくて、2人はミヤちゃんのこと忘れようとしてるんじゃないかって思って。そうしたらお父さんが笑いながら「お前に妹なんていないよ」って。
みやちゃんが残した洋服とか靴とかを見せても全然取り合ってくれないんです。それはお前のために予備で買ってあったものだって。そうやってお父さんたちはニュースからも警察の話からも目を背けて、記憶からみやちゃんのことを消し去ろうとしてるんです。
つまり双子じゃなかったことに。
それで警察にもうちは一人っ子だって言って追い返してたわけか。
私とみやちゃんは一卵性で、見た目は瓜二つなんですけど、あの子は、妹は親から嫌われていました。あの子はいつも自分の気持ちを押し殺して、私のことを一番に考えてくれていたんです。
As Yua talked, she remembered her old life. For example, one year when she was in elementary school, her parents had bought a present, a single giant stuffed bear. Yua was excited, but Mia said she didn't like stuffed animals and ignored it. Her parents had disliked how Mia refused to act like a little child should. Still, Yua had quietly offered to share the stuffed animal with her, but Mia had refused. "I don't need a stuffed animal. You can have it," was all she had said. A month or so later, though, when Yua had gotten tired of the stuffed animal, she had woken late at night to see something surprising. Mia was holding the stuffed bear and talking to it, with such a happy look on her face. Yua had never seen her sister look so happy. It was only then that Yua realized her sister was lying about not wanting the bear. She had been lying so that her sister could have it all to herself. The next day, Yua looked under Mia's pillow and found a cute picture of a bear she had drawn. Mia had been sleeping with it in her arms until Yua got tired of the stuffed animal. Things like that had happened over and over again for the past 18 years. It was always Yua who blew out the candles on the birthday cake. Mia would say, "That's stupid, I'm not doing it," and her parents would get angry. Yua had made it into Suimei Academy, a private school, but Mia had deliberately behaved badly in class, lowering her grades and making sure she got sent to a public one. Her parents hadn't had the money to send both of them to private schools. No matter what Yua tried to do for Mia, Mia would always put her sister first, even if it meant making other people hate her.
Tori the Third said, "Hello."
Hello, Tori. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a fantastic existence.
してきました。みやちゃんがいなくなって初めて、もっとあの子のために何かできることがあったはずだって、すごく後悔して、私が代わりに知ってあげればよかった。しかも挙句に親に存在そのものを忘れられてしまうなんて、こんなのあんまりです。あんまりにも悲しいです。
That was all the talking she could do. She took off her glasses and put her hands over her eyes as she began to cry. Momose sat next to her, kindly patting her on the back.
それでゆあちゃんは一人で事件のことを調べていたらしいの。みやちゃんに一体何があったのか知るためにね。
そりゃあ大変だったろう。
そして一人の人物を突き止めた。
Momose looked over to Ban, still holding Yua close.
Tori the Third said, "The guy looks like Mato from Tokyo Ghoul if he was young."
I'll be perfectly honest, friend. I have not seen Tokyo Ghoul. I have heard a lot about it, and I'm going to assume Mito is a stereotypical Japanese cop. based off of what you just said. Stereotypical Japanese cops kind of have a look, right?
なるほどね。
Ban stroked the stubble on his chin and leaned forward.
いつだったか西条と追跡劇をしてたっていう女子高生の話は所轄のデカから聞いたんだが、もしかしてユアちゃんだったりする？
She nodded at him apologetically.
興味あるな。詳しく聞かせてもおうと思ったけどちょっとごめんよ。
Ban chuckled and bobbed his head at Yua and Momose. He had been cut off by the sound of his phone ringing from within his suit pocket. He quickly took it out and looked at the LCD screen. It was showing Sua's name.
もしもし、どうした？
Oh shit, already? They're really starting to ramp up, aren't they?
なんだと？
Sua's voice was tense. Ban could hear the sound of other police officers frantically running around him. From the sound of it, Sua was at the station. Ban's eyes went wide, and then he bit his lip bitterly. Momose and Yua could tell by his demeanors that something had happened, and were looking at him, worried.
胴体から体が切断されてて、それぞれの上半身と下半身を別々に入れ替えてテグス、釣りとっすね。それで縫い付けられてたっす。それと額にそれぞれ Q、D、N って読める傷が。
何かのメッセージか？
さあ、そこまでは。それと気になることが。司法解剖の結果分かったんすけど、外車の胴体の切断部はノコギリとか包丁とかそういう刃物で切断されたものじゃないって。
どういう意味だ？
なんか強い力で引きちぎられたそうっす。
引きちぎられた。
Ban repeated that to himself as he scratched his head roughly with the hilt of the fan.
怪獣だな。あるいは最近流行りの魔法使いとかな。
先輩、それマジで言ってんすか？映画オタクの自分でもさすがにその意見には同意しかねるっす。
なんなら例えだ、バカが。いいからさっさと捜査に戻れ。
He hung up the phone. The sun started setting earlier once November came. By the time I was ready to go home with Remy after class, a pale orange color was settling over the sky. Remy had been silent until then, but suddenly she apologized.
いろいろ大変だったんでしょ。
It was the first time in a while we had gone home together. I was so happy she had come back. She had offered to go home with me today again, for one thing. We had only gone home together twice now, so I was afraid she might want to stop. But that didn't happen.
一緒にいてあげられなくてごめん。知り合いが例の地震で怪我しちゃって、ずっと面倒見てたから。
Remy brought up the subject even though I hadn't asked. But to be honest, I wasn't even hearing most of what she was saying. That bandage I had seen on Nanami's wrist at lunch, I couldn't get it out of my mind.
もしかして怒ってる？
I had missed my chance to talk to her then. Well, no, I had gotten scared. Nanami was my little sister. I was her big brother. But something felt so strange. The nurse had said Nanami wasn't hurt. The hand that Shogun had sent me had disappeared from the fridge in the base. It was all supposed to be a delusion. So why would she have a bandage around her right hand? Maybe I was just overthinking things, and she had gotten burnt or had a nasty bug bite. That had to be it, right? That was the most sensible answer, right? But I was still afraid of finding out. I hadn't been able to help her, but here I was, too gloomy to even talk to her. I was a really awful big brother.
ねえタク、おーい、もしもーし。怒ってるならそう言ってよ。無視されるのって結構傷ついちゃうな。
え？
I looked at Remy. She was sad.
あ、
もしかして私の話聞いてなかった？
I hesitated a moment before nodding. She poked a finger into my cheek and pushed.
石、てっきり無視されたかと思ったよ。紛らわしいことしない。
Her nail was digging into my skin.
あ、大丈夫？
Remy whispered, finally pulling back her hand. Yeah, that was what she always said when she was worried about me.
お昼ぐらいから顔色良くないよ。元気もないみたいだし。もしかして誰かにひどいこと言われた？だったら私に教えて。怒ってきてあげるから。
She was like a big sister, or my mom. Remy could be pretty nosy. Well, she would have to be if she could care about a weird loser like me. I appreciated the fact that she was worried about me. Until now, whenever I had had a problem, my only options were to keep it to myself or write an anonymous post on @Chan. Maybe I should ask her about Nanami. But when I had asked her about the D-sword, she hadn't believed me at all. She had reacted just like any sensible person would. If I told her, she would either laugh it off or be freaked out. If that was the case, it would be a waste of time to try. All I needed from Remy was for her to be by my side. I could ask Kozupi or Senna for help with this problem instead.
相変わらず汚いね。
Remy whispered in exasperation as she stepped inside the base. But despite her complaints, she seemed happy, so I couldn't tell what she was really thinking.
変わってないな。この部屋の汚さがまさにタクって感じ。
If it's that bad, then you clean it. I sighed and turned on the computer.
ちょっと。帰ってくるなりパソコン？友達が来てるんだから少しはおもてなししてあげようっていう気持ちにはならないのかな。ねえ、お話ししようよ。
Remy asked me for the impossible as she sat down on my sofa. If I tried to have a one-on-one chat with a 3D girl, I would run out of things to discuss almost immediately. Lately, I had had more chances to talk to Remy, and had started to get used to talking to her, but I still wouldn't last even 5 minutes. And right now, my head was full with thoughts of Nanami, and I didn't feel up to having a cheerful conversation. I'm sure it would look like I was ignoring her. I sat down in my chair, feeling like a pathetic loser.
おーっと、ここまで行ったのになおも無視しますか。
And it is 1800. It's time for me to go fix my suppers. So,
Tori the Third said, "Okay, bye bye."
stay safe, Tori friend. Thank you for coming. Stay safe, friends, and give me a moment to see if there's someone I want to raid, or if somebody wants to do a redeem. Let's see. What are our options? Somebody we haven't rated this month, preferably. What is that? Okay. I think almost everybody I know we've rated this month already. It's getting about the end of the month. Yeah, so unless somebody wants to redeem, I don't think we'll rate today. No, wait. Oh, hold up. No, here we go. We'll rate her. I've got somebody. Here we go. We haven't rated her this month, have we? She hasn't been on as much here lately. But she's a cutie. And she fits in with the turtle theme. Okay, here we go. I found somebody. So, here's the raid message. For those who do not have the sub, feel free to just type the words uwu out instead of the emote. Here's the raid message. Okay. Stay safe, friends, and tomorrow we will be doing Star Wars, and we'll come back to this on Monday, probably.